welcome to day 2 of Java On Conference. My name is still Roman Merson. I'm a host of this event. I'm glad to see you everyone here. So yeah, we started a bit earlier than the time of our schedule just to give you a brief information. So I do know that you can rewind back and forward so you can review it. So you may be see that it's not Evgeny with me today, definitely. It's a different person. So let me introduce my today's co-host of day 2 of Java Conference. It's Igor Rubanovich. Igor, hello.
Hi, Alex. Hi, Roma. Thank you for introducing me. Yeah, I'm a driver of modern
Java. Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, just can you maybe check your microphone? It looks like it's the wrong one was connected. So yeah, and I will reintroduce you again. So we'll try again. So yeah, guys, it's online conference. Technical issues, they could happen. So that's why we started a bit earlier to fix everything before it's really started. So while Igor is checking his microphone, let me briefly show you what we do have in our conference. So yes, we have this is Java Conference still. It's a reminder that we have Instagram account which you may subscribe on. Some nice shorts there and some nice things are posting there, and we have a special online activity for you, so you may join us there. Also, we have Twitter/X account. Also, you may subscribe, follow us there. Yeah, it's free. Nothing that we will not charge you, and some useful information will happening there. Also, you can see all these accounts here above me. All is here during the time of all conference. Yeah, here are some slides of our team. I will tell more about our team on the closing. So this is our program committee. This is Team Bujiliva Conference, and special thanks to people who also join us in the organization. Yesterday I've spent time on that, so not wasting time today on everything these things. Yesterday we had 3 great talks from Grace, Ivan, and Vadim. You can review them. Recording is already on our channel. Igor, are you with us? Let's check.
Yes. Do you hear me?
Yeah. Yes. Wonderful.
Perfect.
Wonderful.
My apologies. Before the start, I was checking. Yeah, and it was working. But yeah,
yeah.
Some
so
strange things should happen sometimes. Yeah. Sorry, I've interrupted you. So please go ahead.
Yeah,
and
I will proceed, and then I will give you a word to introduce yourself. Okay.
Sure.
So yesterday we had these 3 great talks. Today we have 3 even more great talks from Aleksandr, Kichev, Peter, Abel, Nagy, and Evgeny Borisov. This is our program for today, our today's agenda. And tomorrow we have 3rd day of the conference. We will have a talk from Gunnar, from JaCoV, from Adam, and from Josh. This is our program for tomorrow, and please stay with us. Link to tomorrow's stream you may find in the description. Everything is there. Click notify button so you will not miss our stream when it will start it. And yeah, I already mentioned online activities. So we have 3 activities. You can make a photo, post it on Instagram, tag us, and get a prize. Yeah, for all activities you can get a prize, by the way. And we have 2 quizzes. These quizzes are both about technical. One is just about Java, pure Java questions, and another one it's inspired by cinematic universe. All these activities are prepared by our communities who help us preparing this conference. Thanks a lot to them. I think I will spend next break to show you their logos. So if you see them, you will know about them. And also we have, this is me. This is me posting photo about watching Java. I need to replace this photo with one I posted yesterday, which I made right on the conference. And we also have offline activities in some of our locations. So here you may see them. It's Georgia's in Spain, in Turkey, in Lithuania, and in Hungary. So yeah, we have these activities offline. People are gathering. I know maybe right now people in Malaga are looking at me. Hi guys, yeah, we are somewhere like 20 minutes of walking, but and far away from online, but still we can be near together like in old good times. So yeah, that's what I wanted to share. Let me reintroduce my co-host today. So it's Igor Rubanovich. Igor, hello.
Yeah. Thank you again, Roman. Let me introduce once more again. I'm a driver of More Than Java community, one of participants and organizers of this Java on conference, and happy to be on this day. And I will tell you why. Maybe you all heard about AI. Of course, you heard because it's a hype of the year and today's major topic. And in the very beginning of this year, a lot of Java developers, but not only Java developers, maybe all IT persons, all IT guys and girls, was thinking, will AI replace me? And was started a lot of researches and activities regarding this. Roman was involved in one of the researches with AI, and me was in charge of one of the researchers. Roma will tell you more about his research. He was participated, and one of our today's speakers was involved too in this. Yes, we will tell you about.
Spoilers.
Yeah. But we will tell about this later. So my research was about how AI can perform entire team, not separate developer or QA or manager, but entire team. I was involved about 40 engineers, not QAs, managers, all delivery team. And we separated in 4 teams. One team with a helping of AI, second team without any, old school it was named. The team with Copilot, the team with GPT, and one of the interesting teams, it's juniors or people who was switching from Java, for example, to JavaScript React. And we made delivery of one feature for one of our internal projects. What was amazed me? Performance of teams with helping of AI tools was 50% more. So you can save half of a day if you will use in correct way, of course, in correct way AI tools, ChatGPT or Copilot, etc. Why I'm telling you about this? Because our first talk about this topic. Yeah, Aleksandr.
We will introduce Aleksandr right in like a couple seconds. I will just send. So I see 2 roles we will play today with you. So Igor, as you already understand, is AI optimist. He is like, yeah, AI will help us live. AI will bring us more joy and things. I will be like more AI. Not pessimist, but AI realist. Like, okay, yet another tool. I'm not sure it will be like a lot of helpful, maybe some helpful, some kind in some parts. So let's see. This is our day. Yeah, today we have 3 talks about AI, and yeah, let me introduce our today's first speaker on Java on Conference 2023 Day 2. So, and this is Aleksandr Kichev. Aleksandr, hello, welcome to the conference.
Hi everyone, thank you for having me.
Yeah, nice having you on the conference. So, can you give us maybe some hints what your talk would be about?
Yeah, so I'm today warm up for AI Day on the conference. So I'm trying to make as practical one as possible, and I will try to implement something valuable using very limited amount of time that I have. I will create a Telegram chatbot, and the idea is that I will use ChatGPT as much as possible on each steps that I will go through, except of the cases that I will especially do by myself, and I will explain why. And like this is kind of experiment. I'm already going through it a few times, so I hope now I will receive more results and achieve more. Yeah, so and the general hypothesis that we're trying to check here is that there are still people who don't believe in using of LLMs on a daily routine work.
One of them with us.
There are people who didn't try it, and there are people who tried, didn't dive deeper into that, and didn't understood the space. So like this one will be preferably for them. There are also people who already using it on the everyday basis. For them, maybe they will find some interesting approaches and tricks and tips for that, because LLM is providing you great power if you have a great creativity, because it not allows you strict ways of solving most of the tasks that we have on a daily work. But however, if you can be creative. If you can replay the task in a different way, probably you will find solution.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I totally agree.
yeah, my suggestion is not to waste time anymore. So guys, just a small reminder, if you were with us yesterday, you already know this. If you just joined us, I will just remind you. We have two chats where we collect your questions, comments, reactions, and I do appreciate any message you will send to us, any smile, anything. Please show us that
Maybe,
you're looking at
maybe
us.
let's ask one question, colleagues. Who are using AI tools like ChatGPT or Copilot on daily routine? Please write in the chat. It's very interesting because Roma thinking that it's not useful.
I don't think like this, but so yeah, guys, we have two chats. One in YouTube, one on the We Are Community platform. If you are on YouTube, you see the chat and link to We Are Community platform in the bottom. If you're on We Are Community platform, you see the chat, and also you can join us on YouTube. We monitor both chats, and you may write your questions and reactions in both. So we will collect all your questions and ask them in the end of the talk. Also, please send us your reactions. And also on the platform, you may vote for talk and put 1 to 5 stars for the speaker. And also you may send a badge. You may send a badge to the speaker, say thank you for the talk. It's really valuable. It's online conference. We do appreciate if you send us your reactions. So yeah, and as Igor mentioned, send us like if you use AI in your daily work or not. And my suggestion is not to waste time anymore. Let's jump right into the talk. Aleksandr, please share your screen. And yeah, good luck to all of us. Let's start Java on Conference Day 2.
Can you see the screen?
Yep,
Oh, I see.
we
You
can
can
see
see
it.
it. Okay, so small introduction first from my side. I don't have a slides because we don't have a time for slides today. We have very limited timeline, but some short introduction. We will be doing Telegram bot for kind of music marketing purpose, and like it will be a bot that will be very simple. It will be receiving registrations for some non-existent event. It may go in two ways. It may be interesting in case if ChatGPT will provide good responses and we will resolve tasks soon, or it may go fun if it will not provide the right solutions for me and I will struggle online and trying to find solutions and like debugging something. So it may go either way, and it's very hard to prepare it in the exact way because ChatGPT may generate different answers and react in a different way. So also I hope guys look at it and guys will provide to me some like comments and advices if there will be something interesting in chat and something like that. Roma, you're on mute.
Sorry,
Okay.
I said we will try our best. Yeah, sorry.
Good. So yeah, and also I will imitate a situation when I'm not very experienced person in Java for the start, but in some situations I will need to turn on the experienced person depending on the task, and we will try to do the full workflow, not only implementation, but some like additional items can be related to Telegram bot. I will use ChatGPT 3.5. Two reasons. First reason is most likely it's available for all of you and for not available for all of you. So you may see how you will do that on your own. And the second thing is that there are rumors that ChatGPT 4 is not so fast, especially when you work in intersecting with the USA time zone time. So let's not risk that and let's get started. So first, our task is identify architecture. So, okay, we want to use Java technologies. That's fine. Let's ask ChatGPT what exactly should we use. First of all, I will set the context just using this.
It looks like we have some drop in connection as far as I see. So I hope Aleksandr will.
Okay, all good. It's not very fast.
Okay, Aleksandr, you're back.
It was not Chris. Alex was thinking.
Okay.
Okay, so it provided for me some like response not related to thing because it's always should provide some response. Now it's fine. Okay, seems like it's fine.
Now it's good.
Okay, I want to use Java. What the standard libraries and technologies will you recommend me to create a bot with minimum effort? Let's go with the architecture part. Okay, so it already provisioned some like kind of Telegram bot API solution for me. Should we use some popular framework for boilerplate operations, DB connection, and web layer? We assume that probably we'll have some endpoint, probably we'll have some database. All right. So
Aleksandr,
it's recommending us to use
I'm
Spring
sorry for
Boot.
interruption. May I ask you to scroll to the top because we lost your first prompt due to a network lag. So may I ask you to scroll to the top so we can show it on the screen? Yeah. So guys, you can read this. So yeah, sorry, you can proceed.
Okay, sorry for lag. Possibly it's possible. Please let me know. So okay, so we have Telegram bot API library and we have Telegram bots library. So okay, Spring Boot. What should I do to create Spring Boot project with all necessary dependencies in configuration? Let's assume that I'm from JavaScript world and like I'm just like learning how to do that. Okay, it's assuming that we will use Spring Initializer. That's a good advice. That's a good solution, but we want to do it with ChatGPT. How we'll do it? Very easy. Could you create a bash script for me that will use Spring Initializer and create a dummy project for me for my future Telegram bot? Here we go. Yeah, so look, we already have a good solution, but we see that this guy trying to be smarter than we are and trying to parameterize the things that we don't want to have parameterized in this particular situation. So it's typical for developers, right? To over-engineer things. Then we may ask, could you please code variables in your script? I will not reuse it. But if you need reusable script, you can like keep it. Yeah, okay. Okay. Let's do a sanity check and let's check what dependencies it recommends for us to use. It says web. Okay, whatever. It should work. So I hope I have all libraries required for that on Windows. Something happening? Let me open the folder just for the case. All right, so we have zip file. It's received. We're ready to proceed. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure what's happening here. Is it unzip procedure going on?
I still see some lags, some interruption in connections happening.
We have something to start our work. Let's open this project in.
So yeah, Alexander, are you here with us? We lost you for like, I think, a minute. Okay. It looks like, yeah, some
Not only in Montenegro, where internet sometimes help us to be frozen.
Yeah, so basically we are in 3 different locations. So I'm in Malaga, Igor is in Montenegro. Alexander, are you
Guys,
back?
Alex, are you with us?
How can I identify when I with you or not?
When you are back.
We can write you.
We have a good comment in the chat, like, and profit. So that's how it works. So yeah, we lost you when you were unzipping unzipping code in your console.
Okay, probably that's because I'm in Singapore and we have all like CDN packages going through
Yeah,
like
probably.
to Europe and stuff.
Yeah, we discussed this that we in different
So yeah,
countries.
now we can hear you, so you may proceed.
When we zip the project, we
Okay.
We hope.
Okay, yeah. So I hope the connection will show. So guys, sorry. So this is all happening in online.
do nothing, but like we already
Alex, maybe you
to
can
create some like
change your camera resolution and you now with which one?
Yeah, maybe
now I in 720. I may put 480.
480. Yeah.
Yeah, a bit of wolves.
Maybe let's try with this. Let's try with this. Let's see how it will goes.
Also, if you want, I can like rejoin, reboot Wi-Fi, so like something like that.
Let's try this setup. If it will be not so good, we will try something else.
Yes, apologize for the issues. Like this
and
platform
next
is
time,
new for me.
Alexander suggesting us to switch off video. If you will face again with freezing, let's try to switch off video.
Yeah, so
yeah, I can also not share the screen.
No.
Interesting. Okay,
yeah.
let's proceed, guys.
You're making magic.
Okay.
Okay, so now we need to create like some classes, some file structure that will allow us to create our bot. So we can again do that with Bash script that will generate the basic packages and some initial classes that will run the hello world Telegram bot for me. Let's start with it. Okay, it's again trying to be smarter. I need to stop it. That's a very typical example for ChatGPT. Sometimes you, in your head, already switch to the next context. It still exists in previous context and trying to join the kettle and the microwave. So it's trying to start from very beginning and generate classes right after the installer. So we need to say about that. Let's assume we already have a project and we in a root folder of it. So we just need to have packages and classes. All right, so this is some script for us. There is no guarantee it will work, but we can try. So it will make dear src main blah blah blah. So packages will be divided by delimiter. It looks fine for me. The only thing that this delimiter may not work in Windows. Let me double check with ChatGPT. Will it work in Windows, considering using git bash and what is delimiter? Yeah, and slash delimiter. Okay, it's going smarty. So my bet it will not work, but let's try. All right. So where is our git bash? Here we go. We will go to. Oh, we already in the folder, so we can just like pass our script and apply it. All right. So let's see what we created here. Okay. All right, not bad. So we have some Telegram bot, and now we need to download our all necessary dependencies and download the library and make it possible. So didn't included all necessary dependencies. Please modify my Gradle file to include Telegram bot library in it. And I will provide my file. It will just generate the file back for me in the fixed form. What's important, guys, if you work with configurations, always keep looking for any passwords, any sensitive information that could be stored in the configs, because it's not recommended to paste it in ChatGPT. Yeah, so it just added some dependency for Telegram bots, and I will not use the whole script. I will just copy paste it and add to the list of dependencies. What's important about that? One year. So first of all, not all the code recommendations that it's
Okay, so I assume we still see some lags.
really relevant. The second, all the libraries.
Aleksandr?
All the dependencies that you will use, it will be always old versions. So in very rare conditions,
Aleksandr,
ChatGPT cannot help you anymore when you're using new libraries. In these cases, yep.
Yeah, so there
Hi
were
guys.
small lags.
Hello. How are
Yeah,
you?
we lost you. We're good, thank you. So yeah, Igor, just in case you muted. We lost you for some time. It was like just a bumping of all your thoughts. So can you repeat your thought regarding adding libraries to your scripts? Yeah, yeah, we lost you on the moment when you passed scripts configuration to ChatGPT.
Couple of words again.
So I just copy paste the dependency that ChatGPT provided to me, and it's always recommending not the latest version of libraries. So huge recommendation is to go to public Maven repository, look up for these libraries, and use the latest stable versions. Because of the security reasons, maintainability reasons, and blah blah blah, it's always fancier to use latest versions of libraries, except when it's new major version of Spring and it's without the backward compatibility and it breaks your project. Okay, we have Telegram dependency. Sometimes when you actively work with Gradle configurations using ChatGPT, you need to update list of dependencies. So let's do that. And for now, we will try to create some more advanced layer. So okay, so we have some chatbot instance, we have our demo application instance, but we still not sure how to run it. So okay, here we have typo, we can easily fix it. Not very perfect naming, but what's happening? Okay, it should be fine. And we're downloading the library for Telegram. Possibly I may be interrupted when I'm downloading some libraries because it's using the internet channel. Am I with you guys?
Yes.
May
We can
someone
hear you
stay
totally.
with me continuously for me to understand that I'm here?
Okay, we can stay here. We can just
Well,
be with
it's
you.
downloading something.
Yeah, and now when we came, but yeah, Alex now downloading. It's so what we don't need to wait.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're back. We can hear you.
That is good. Yeah, that is great. So I have my long polling bot instance, but I have a Spring Boot application. So my question is, how should I initialize this bot in the Spring Boot application? Let's ask. Do it work when I run the app? Yeah, this one is I have already. Okay. It's recommending us to just mark our Telegram bot as component. So let's do that. That may help. It will not help, to be honest, but that may help. And by its, let's follow it. Hello.
Yeah, you're still here. Sometimes, of course, it's freezing, but it's okay. We are following you. So ChatGPT
Yeah, guys.
forgot
So
to mark
if
these
you
components.
will miss something, please write us this in the chat. So we'll ask Alexander to repeat or to recheck some parts. So yeah, and generally we are still following. Yeah.
Interesting question from the chat from Alien Rave. Maybe if we still have to go to Maven repository, we can copy it ourselves. Yes, but it will be some way of one of developers. The idea of this tech shop that you can, with ChatGPT, implement any your idea in fast way.
We use this
Not all
library, right?
things in.
So it's recommended.
Sorry, you are still you again here. You was freezed that we started to start the discussion. Please proceed.
I'm on it. I'm busy. So go ahead. If you will have some discussion.
Yeah, we discussed the situation in GitHub that
So what I'm trying
there
to do now is
exists
to fix
thousands of
dependencies.
projects. Oops.
Maybe we can try turning off your video. Maybe just to check because yeah, freezes are coming back to us. Not sure what's happening today, honestly speaking.
Oh, we see a screen.
Yeah, probably like it's just because like, yeah. It's also lagging very much on my side. I have very powerful computer, but probably this streaming
So maybe you can try.
kind of thing
Maybe
is
we can
not
try
for the
just.
situations when you do something that require power on computer.
Maybe you can try just restart your tab in browser with
We can check.
StreamYard, so you will reconnect.
Okay.
Let's try.
Yeah, let's give it a try because
So,
sometimes
guys,
it helps.
what we just like what you missed in previous episodes of our series. So we've asked ChatGPT to create for us. Yeah, Alexandra's back. So we asked ChatGPT to create for us a simple application, like Spring Boot application, like a dummy for a template for everything, and then we start asking ChatGPT to create configuration for us and everything. And now we proceed with basically filling this template. Yeah, Alexander, we can hear you, we can see you, I suppose. Yeah, let's proceed.
Yeah. Now I'm showing the typical ChatGPT lazy solution. So we have something wrong with our code. Most likely, it's just like wrong usage of APIs of the entities that exist here. I don't want to investigate what is send message, what's the field inside it. I just want to be lazy, and I will ask ChatGPT to fix this line of code. So let's see if it will understand what's the problem. Uh, okay, so it's saying, no, I made it. I'm responsible for that. It looks correct for me. Let's show the error. Okay, so here we need to import the right service annotation. Uh, here both, but well.
Yeah, we still see Lux. See, Alexander, let's try maybe without camera. I understand that there could be another problem, but let's try.
Yeah,
Maybe
let's
this will
try.
work.
And while we're switching off camera, one more interesting question. It would be great to hear how to create AI language models using Java. A lot of information exists. We can, of course, prepare a separate talk later after Java on this topic. However, Java is not the best way to create LLM because we're thinking about money, about CPU time, RAM, etc. And Java is not help us here. Okay,
Alexander,
Alex,
let's try turning off your camera. Maybe try without it.
That stop cam. Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. If it doesn't understand the problem, sometimes you need to explain it, and it should work like a charm. Not always, though. Okay, so at least we have some compilable code. Let's fix the formatting, and like we have some compilable code. So now we're doing bets. If I will run it, will it work? So my bet is not, but let's check. What I missed is that here we have placeholders for bot username and bot token. Let's assume that I don't know how to generate bots, and let's ask ChatGPT about that. I need to provide the username and the token. Where I can get it? So, like, guys, for instance, if you're writing a crypto code and you have no idea about the crypto, you may use ChatGPT for having this. Okay, it's very good advice to use BotFather, and here's the described explanation of how to use it. For the sake of time saving, I already did that before. So I call the BotFather, ask to create bot, provided all necessary parameters, and here my bot, and here our like token and bot name. So I will import that into these variables, and we have get bot username. The bot username is yeah Java on AI bot. If I will have enough time to implement it, you will be able to subscribe on an existing musical event. Okay, and it seems like we're good to make a first run of our application. I will put the breakpoint here to see if we like actually achieved something with our bot or not. And let's debug it. Attempt number 1. It started very fast, and that already not provide a lot of confidence. But let's try to use the bot. Start, and nothing happens. The main reason of that is that ChatGPT don't really understand how the Spring works. So all the abstractions, including like how the beans created in memory, dependencies between them, it's not really understanding. It's like Chinese room experiment. It's just trying to copying millions of Java repositories that it's been seen through his long life. So in this case, our goal to explicitly explain like what happened. So this is the typical thing. When our application starts, it has nothing about the our Telegram bot polling service, and it's just like not starting. And also, like in case if something goes wrong, we can check the official library and see that actually we need to register bot.
May I drop in for a second?
We
I'm
need
really
to
sorry,
create.
Aleksandr, but may I drop in?
Yep.
Which version of Spring are you using?
Here.
Application.
Oh,
Yes, in
good
your
question.
application.
I didn't check to it, but it's supposed to be very old.
Yeah, you're using
3.15.
3.1. So
Do you want
problem
for
is
me
that
to update?
problem is that I am a contributor of this library, Telegram bot, and I created Spring Boot starter for it. Thing is that it worked until Spring Boot 3, and I already prepared a merge request, not only me, for it to work with Spring Boot 3, because they changed how auto configuration works. But it's not merged yet. So that's why we have to do this.
That's good.
But
Wow. Sorry,
Yeah.
but it's
yeah, and thing is that what you can do,
The world is very small.
yeah, the world is.
I know what to do. I should
Yeah,
install the
will you be okay?
like in post installer.
Yeah, will you be okay to use help of Roma GPT?
So you will dictate the code for me, and I will write it in the real time.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
we can try.
wow.
So
Okay, let's do.
yeah, you just need to go to your main class. Yeah, sorry guys, that's really fun. I wasn't prepared for
It's
that,
here.
so I never saw this talk before. So you need this to go to your class, and under your Spring Boot application, add annotation import. Yeah, here, like on
that's
next row,
some new solution.
import, and then put there Telegram bot starter configuration dot class.
It's a new solution for me.
Let's try. Maybe it won't work, so we'll ask ChatGPT.
To be honest,
Starter
I believe
configuration.
ChatGPT don't know about this
No,
because merge request still not merged.
Telegram bot starter configuration.
it has nothing about it. Maybe
no, wrong.
But
Telegram
wait,
bot.
are you committing to Spring Boot application for Telegram bots, or
No.
in general library
in
for
library
Telegram bots?
bots which you are using? So you need to have. Sorry. You need to have
because there are a wrapper for Spring, and I'm not using it.
okay, then let's proceed with ChatGPT. Sorry then. Sorry for interruption.
Yeah. You like that's very good point. However, because there are very good library for Telegram bots in Spring. It allows you to provide an API that will process responses of the user, of the consumer, in the same way that like you create REST controllers. So it's very handy. It's very full of syntax sugar, but it's the example of the thing that was not recommended by ChatGPT because it's a niche technology. And niche technologies are a big limitation for ChatGPT because just like it has not enough learning for that. So Telegram popular, Java popular, Spring popular, but when you're mixing some things, you may have a bad time, and you always need fact checking these recommendations. And if you feel there are more native library for your task, probably it exists, and probably you need check for that. When I did Kotlin development, I had a lot of hallucinations related to like I did a plain JVM development. Continuous. This
And
was need to additionally elaborate to ChatGPT that I'm not in Android context. Sorry?
No,
it's
just
okay.
continue.
Yeah, please just continue. Yeah.
So we will ask him to modify our main class to make this using Spring container and like reminder my bot name, my class, my bot class name, because it will broke it otherwise. Is and what is the name do we have? We have hello Telegram bot. Okay, let's try to go with this configuration. So it lives in Telegram bot configuration class. In theory, it can work. But in this case, we need to analyze what do we have here. We have Telegram bots API. Okay, that's good. We register the bot. It's provided to us as a bean, and we create instance here. So this one shouldn't be a component anymore. Okay, and here we okay, default bot session class, it's supposed to be known thing. API context initializer. So this is something that is like, I have a feeling that it's some hallucination. I hope it's not needed. Let's remove it. And yeah. So let's have this thing. I don't want to fix it manually as well. Okay, it says that it's fixed it, but I don't understand the fix, but let's see. Guys, by the way, I'm not controlling the time, so if you need
Yeah,
to
we're
make
looking
a
at.
hard stop, then you will need.
No worries, we will
Okay.
inform you.
Okay, then let's just use component here, and let's just like tower it. That's what ChatGPT tried to do for us, but failed a bit. So my assumption that now it may work. Does it compile it at least? No, we will rerun. So we have some configuration that should register the bot during the startup. Okay. Now it started for longer time. I have a good feeling. But like still no. Still no. Okay, let's try another approach. And we try to oh, it was a good feeling because our breakpoint actually worked. But what? Yeah. Please go ahead. Hooray! We made our minimum task. We were able to achieve at least some bot. So let me try to show you like marketing application of the bot. Okay, so we have hello world Telegram bot. So as the first message, we should show some cool message that will inviting to our like music marketing event. So let's try to ask ChatGPT to generate it. I need a cool first message, attractive enough to invite people register in my music marketing event. Could you generate it for me using the code? And here we're missing the context, but you will see a funny application that it's updated our code, but writing code, it's including some like fancy stuff with smiles that is supposed to be like processing the thing. Also, it's already from the previous context identified that we will have register command. So it's generated some stuff for us. Okay, so let's take these methods from him. We have on update receiving. We will not touch these two functions because they has restricted information. We have our bot APIs, and we can use these messages for these methods for processing other tasks. Again, we have a good old issue with text. Could you fix that text usage again, like previous time? Will it remember? Oh yeah, he's apologized for oversight and still generating wrong code. The text should be called explicitly for message. Sometimes some types of errors, it's easier to fix it manually rather than asking ChatGPT continuously do that. But in this case, you will need to do that again and again. But if you learn the AI how to catch a fish, you will be never hungry. So sometimes you need to explicitly yell at it and ask it to provide proper way of using the APIs and functions. And it's slowly learning. Where am I? Oh yeah. Okay, so let's rerun it. And let's see what we will see in our bot. Started fast. I hope it's good. So we start and hello, this is our cool thing, blah, 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 simply type register. Let's do. Okay, and blah, 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 visit our registration, complete form. Great, we're advancing. So what we want to do next, we want to have actual registration in our bot. Guys, do I have enough time to implement it?
You
I
have
think
10
so.
minutes
I
more.
have plenty of time.
Yeah.
That is great. So let's try to include some like kind of database layer and create some file structure. So first of all, great, but I already feel that my implementation requires to have some controller and service layer. Could you do that decomposition for me before I started to solve more complicated tasks? What it will recommend for me? Yeah, so this would be my bot service, and this would be my controller layer that will just like provide update. Okay, that makes sense for me. But look, you executing message in service layer, but per my understanding, it should be controller. Can we have our process update method on controller level? Just some like recommendations based on personal experience. No, it doesn't understand it. It doesn't understand it. Let's try again. Process update in controller and all message generation in service. Not very successful with that. Okay, so this already much closer to what I expected. Let's go with that. So first we will create bot controller. Sorry for me not having appropriate packages for that. Trying to save the time. Commonly, when I import code from ChatGPT, I don't import imports because it's always buggy. You're always not sure what to expect, and faster just use IDEA for that. And we will have bot service. So our bot service will look like this. All right, so we already have Telegram bot here. So we will just, no. I want to add our methods. Yeah, so like this is the good way how we can ask ChatGPT to improve our internal class architecture. This is a very simple example, but for an instance, I had a case when I needed a finite state machine in my implementation, and it actually recommended me some implementation how finite state machine may be created. Okay, I will do that fix. All right, and now let's create some storage. Good. Could you add a message that will ask user to provide an email for registration to our registration, and we will save username and email to database as registered user. Let's give him a big task. Let's see how it will process it. Okay, so first of all, it's all right. It provides for us improvement for process update method to have some validation for email address. That's a tricky solution, but it will not work in 100% ways. But anyway, let's trust. And we need to extend our service. So we should have process registration response. And I will just add these non-existing methods. Okay, same issue. Your favorite mistake is still there. Okay, it's already understood. And we have one more. And okay, this is the duplication. So previous version of the method we will remove. All right, and we need to save user to database. So how we can save user to database? Let's just ask. Oh, complicated question requires some time to process. Okay, sometimes when it's lazy, it's trying to give advices but not generate code, but we don't need that. But no, actually, it's generating the code, it's just lagging. So good morning for everyone in USA who started the working day. Have a good working day. So this is result. Okay, getters and setters. Look, it's keeping the energy, lazy to generate. But okay, I will process that. I will create package entity and we'll create my user. And I will generate getter and setter for all fields just for the sake of the tempo. Oh my gosh, it provided a lot of advices. So let's apply it all. let's create repository. Users repository. It's user repository. Shift F6. Let's go. And also, of course, we need to. Oh, what's this? Oh, okay, so it's just like recommending to us to process that in this way. Okay, that makes sense. That's not the best like architecture, but anyway. And we need to import all the libraries. Could you provide me Gradle? Oh my gosh, dependencies. I need to make it work on my local machine. Now we have only web dependency. All right. So why it's recommending for me to use MySQL? Can we use some in-memory DB rather than MySQL? You always need to check what it's doing.
So I
Okay,
think
guys, am I out of time?
Yeah, we only 2 minutes left. So can you show us back yourself? I mean, can you show yourself us back? So yeah, guys, it's not ChatGPT
okay,
speaking with you.
Yeah, it's a real man.
It's Aleksandr who made this workshop for us.
Let me try to rerun it at least to see like what is our final state of our bot. I don't need. Okay, let's do refactor.
Yeah, guys.
Okay,
meanwhile, we are rerunning this. So in the beginning, Aleksandr told us that we either will create a bot, we created it basically, or we will have fun. Please tell us, did you have fun with this talk? Send us some smiles, some reactions in all the chats. So we want to know, did you have fun with this talk?
Yeah, however, less than in 1 hour, we see that written on Java, ready to work bot exists. So just imagine you can follow this tech talk and write your own bot in minutes, not seconds, but minutes. Yeah.
But it doesn't actually working because there is some problem with this thing. But like still, if I'd had like 20 more minutes, I'd saved information in database and show the repository rested point that will show all registered users. But yeah, we have very limited timing. Is there any questions that I need to answer to?
Well, we don't have a lot of time for questions, but still we have this chat. So Aleksandr, after we finish, you may just come to our chats on the platform and in YouTube and just answer like to comments or questions. I don't. Yeah, I have one question basically. Maybe it would worth to answer it in the chat. So or by voice. Let's have 2 minutes. So I'm not sure I can find the exact question, but the question was, how safe is that to just copy paste the code which was generated by AI and then just like run it? Speaking of scripts or the code. So what do you think of that?
Okay. For me, best comparison to ChatGPT in case of tooling is logging. Like logging is the great comparison to ChatGPT. No one understands it yet, but look, logging was created to simplify developers' life, to make some processes that developer makes like easier and faster. For in our case, to like debug the issues and like that. And still, with logging, you have some potential security issues. You may pass restrictive information into logging, and you will be punished for that. So with the ChatGPT is absolutely the same approach. It's not tool guiding you, it's you guiding tool how to guide you, and you still validate what's inputted here, and like you still will perform some like code review with the team, and you still will look what's going on there. So yes, it's secure if you use the defense.
Okay.
uh,
So we are in charge of our words and what we using. It means that, yeah, it's provided for us code, but why we should switch off our brain? We must think, and yeah, it's a helper. It's not something existing to replace us. It's our tool that must help us to save time, to make our performance better, to not replace us. So we
Okay.
must to take a
So
look.
yeah, I think on this we can wrap up. So I want to say big thanks to Alexander for making this workshop, and it was great. And we sorry for these technical troubles, but still, Alexander, great thanks to you for still making it. It was awesome. Thank you very much for this opening of day 2 of Java Conference 2023.
Yes, Alex, thank you very much. For me, it was interesting
Thank-
in real life to take a look. Thank you very much. It was cool.
Thank you so much. Good luck to other speakers. Good luck to you guys, and have a great day, everyone. Like I know there are people from all around the world, so good luck to you too.
Great. Thank you a lot.
Thank you.
Bye. So yeah, we're back. We don't have a lot of time in between talks. So yeah, this all is happening online right here in front of you. So no recordings, nothing, just like everything live as it is. So yeah, I assume it's great start for day 2. So I hope we'll already dive into AI topics. So Igor, what do you think?
Yes, for me, as I mentioned before in the very beginning, I'm kidding on AI maybe, yeah. And for me, it's so exciting, so interesting, and I see that not only me thinking about the things, and we are using this. And one interesting thing that I want to say, yeah, it's before our next talk. I mentioned our AI research, yeah, in the very beginning. We saw that productivity can be raised, and what next steps, and our next step was to run startup. I don't know our colleagues from our startup team are here or not. If here, please write something in comments. So we've started to implement one very useful solution with help of AI, not using ChatGPT, but self-hosted LLM. We faced a lot of interesting things, etc. However, Roma, next talk, something around this topic, and for me, it's so exciting, it's so interesting. So I very want to see what will be in this
Yeah,
talk.
so let's invite our next speaker to our studio. Our next speaker is Peter. Peter, welcome to Java On 2023.
Hi, Peter.
Hey guys, how are you doing?
Good, welcome.
Cool. We
Yeah,
are waiting
so
for you.
yeah, so it was nice first talk, and now we proceed with your talk. So can you maybe give us some hints? What would it be about?
Um, How about we jump right into it then?
Okay, that's a good answer. Okay, so before we jump right into it, guys, just a reminder, we have online activities. You may find everything on our platform. On YouTube and on the platform, we have chats. So please leave us your comments, questions, everything there. We will try to ask all your questions to Peter in the end of the talk. I hope we would have time for that. Still, please send us your comments, reactions, everything there. We monitor both chats and we are there. So yeah, let's not waste time anymore. Yeah, Peter, we can see your screen. We will ask our operator to show it to us. Yeah, good luck. Let's go.
Hey guys, and welcome to my talk, which is named AI A to Z. So to answer the previous question, what it's about AI and basically everything about AI. But before we do that, let's talk about a topic that is one of my favorites and talk about me. Who am I and what gives me the right to talk to you about AI and everything? I used to be, or I hope I still am a Java engineer, like most of you, since this is a Java conference. But since the beginning of this year, I had the chance and the privilege to lead one of EPAM's AI POC team. And during the course of this year, I had the chance to work on and create dozens of prototypes based on all kinds of AI technologies and to be involved in pre-sales process, interact with clients, also attend leading conferences and have very interesting discussions in technical leaders. So what we're gonna do today is have a very nice reduction of everything that I know, and I will answer a couple of questions that I've heard during the last year, and engineers like you ask me, and like how to get into AI, what should I learn, where to look at, basically, if I want to be involved in this very trendy field. And let's go to the next slide. Wow. But before we do that, we have to answer a very simple yet profound question. What is AI? The easiest answer I can give you. Artificial intelligence can be any process, any procedure that indistinguishable from human actions. Even if you have a fixed set of algorithms, but you cannot really tell the difference if what is happening is done by a human or a machine, that can be considered AI. But AI comes with its risks. And this is the part where I give you this very interesting quote. I'm not afraid of machines. I don't think the robots are taking over. I think the men who play with toys have taken over. And if we don't take the toys out of their hands, we are fools. Ray Bradbury. I got a good news for you. We are the men who are playing with these toys. And as Ben Parker said, with great power comes great responsibility. Every time we are interacting and working within this field, we have to be very conscious about our actions. And listen, I don't tell you not to take a job. That sounds interesting, maybe a bit dangerous. But all I ask, if you're in this field, at least please don't create Skynet on purpose. At least on purpose, like that wouldn't be so nice. And let's jump into the history of AI. Since the beginning of time, humans and humanity is thinking about machines that work and think like us. In ancient Greek, Hephaestus breathed life to its helper machines that were just like our modern robots. Millennia later, we've seen sketches from Da Vinci about a mechanic knight that can take over the task of fighting for them. And in modern pop culture, we have the familiar names in every household, like C3PO and R2D2, which are the latest iteration of humans looking for autonomous machines. We are trying to find similarity in everything. In modern history, we have a couple of key points in time that developed our thinking about AI. In 1950, first we were introduced the idea of the Turing test. The Turing test is basically what I've said in the beginning of this presentation. If you cannot distinguish the actions of a machine from a human, then we achieved artificial intelligence. But interestingly, at that time, we haven't had the definition of artificial intelligence yet. We had to wait another 6 years. In 1956, in the Dartmouth workshop, a couple of scientists, computer scientists, came up with the definition of artificial intelligence. Later on 1966, we had the ELIZA project. This was the first natural language processing autonomous machine, or AI, and this is basically the great granddaddy of ChatGPT. In 1997, IBM's Deep Blue managed to defeat Garry Kasparov in chess, who was the reigning grandmaster at the time. And we jump into 2012, the ImageNet competition, which was a big breakthrough in image recognition. And the latest iteration and the pinnacle of artificial intelligence science at this point is OpenAI's GPT. But what enabled us to achieve these breakthroughs and have this technology that we all cherish today? Basically, I would like you to understand that computational capacity is key when we are talking about AI. And modern CPU architectures played a big role in this boom that we've experienced in recent years. I personally think that vector processing is a very crucial part of how AI works and what we are doing. It reduces the time to get to the right calculations. We're going to go into detail a bit later on, why and how is it important. But all you need to know that previously we had different kind of computational units within our CPU, and in recent years we got introduced this vector computational units in modern CPU architecture, which was a huge breakthrough for our neural network models and things like that. Parallel computing also played a huge part in it, and modern GPUs, which you all know, most of these computations are running on GPUs simply because of their computational capacity and because of their throughput. Also a huge part of what's happening right now. If you have looked at NVIDIA's shares in the recent years, you may see that they are growing exponentially. One of the reasons, because everyone expecting AI to be a huge thing, and to run anything that requires that amount of computational capacity, we need a lot of GPUs. And I previously mentioned, we have to talk about neural networks. Neural networks, the term is coming from neuroscience, which is in biology, rooted in biology. And the idea was, if we want to mimic human behavior, we have to copy the human brain. In sci-fi, you've probably heard the term positron brain. We are not there yet. We are not building actual brains, but we came up with a mathematical model that mimics the working of neurons and these connections between the neurons. What are neurons? These are the nodes within your brain. There are electrical connections between them, and each time you are thinking of something or doing something, these connections become stronger and stronger through the electric current that goes through it. And we came up with the idea that we can imitate this behavior with the help of mathematics and programming. And then this is how we came to the neuron. What is a neuron in computer science? it is an object and a connection between objects or nodes, which has several input fields, input variables. This is what you see at the left side on the screen. x0 to xn, we can have any number of input fields. These little W's is representing the weight that each of these connections or these inputs are represents. These are the weights that are basically just a number between 1 to 0, a correlation, which is the most likely route to take, basically, which is the most likely input variable that our node or neuron will process. And the neuron is nothing else than a set of, not even a set of, just a mathematical function. It can be anything. We can have different activation functions within a neuron, but it's basically just math. You get a number that has a probability to go into your neuron, and that neuron will do its work on that number and will have an output. And if we join these together, we'll have a neural network. What you see here is a very small representation of a neural network. And you can think about it this way. How does this work? You want to determine whether a color is blue or green. You represent this as a set of numbers from a list of numbers, 3 numbers, each of them from 0 to 255. And then you have these functions within it that are basically will act as if-else statements. And you can create a statement like, if the first variable is 255, the first number within this set of numbers, then we probably have a red color, which is neither green nor blue, so we can say it's none. If we have the second number, which is 255, we can say that is green. And you would be right, but if you would have the first number 0, the second number 255, and the third number 255, that's not going to be green, that will be yellow, I guess. So you have one connection that will have a certain weight, which is if the second number in this list is 255, then we have a probability that it will be a green color, but you will also have a set of probability to another node that expects and look at these 2 numbers in sequence, that if the first number, if the second number is 255 and the third number is 255, then we have yellow, which is neither green, neither blue. So that's not a good connection. That has to have a lower probability of activating. And if you go through this logically, you will understand that with the help of backward propagation and other techniques, we can weigh these connections between each nodes, and this is how we can get to a good color. But unfortunately, this is not enough. And I hear you say, but Peter, 5 nodes of neural network is a perfectly respectable size of a neural network. And unfortunately, and I say this with a huge pain in my heart, this is not the case. This is a field where size does matter. So let's go bigger. And it's freeze. Okay. And we are growing. But let's go even bigger. And I have to say, it looks much more better, but it's still not enough. Wow. It looks something proper right now. It is still a simple neural network, but a lot has been changed since we first seen a neural network. We have several layers now. We have an input layer, we have a hidden layer, which we hadn't had before, and we have output layers. Now, the whole idea is if you have several layers, you can process your data and transform it sequentially. And with each neuron, each connection that you are going through in the network, you come from a set of data, you will transform that data, and with that transformation, you're gonna go through another layer of transformation till you get to the right answer, basically. And here is the thing. I wish I could say that this is good enough, but we are greedy. We need more. And this is how we come to a neural network like this one, with several hidden layers. And this is mostly a good representation of what we are dealing with today. And as you can see, we have layer structures, a huge number of neurons, and everything else. I would like you to imagine that ChatGPT 3 has 178 billion parameters. Yes, that's right. And a parameter is basically the weights that are between each of these neurons. So it has billions of connections between these nodes. And I calculated that it has almost 100 layers. So there is no way to display it. And also hundreds of thousands of neurons. So these circles that you can see, those are the neurons, and it has hundreds of thousands of them, and the connections between them, it has billions of them. So such is the insatiable appetite of man. Even this size is not good enough for us. We need bigger. And with a bigger neural network, you can go deeper. And that's how we arrive to deep learning. And deep learning is nothing else than a huge neural network with even more refined layers. And with each layer, we have different things that we are processing. So what you can see at the bottom, by the way, is a CNN, a convolutional neural network, which is a deep learning technique that you can apply for image recognition. It's a very good technique for image recognition. And what differentiates a convolutional neural network from a typical neural network in our case is basically that it has layers that doing abstraction, pooling the data, creating the connections between the data. And if you think about it, we have to do it because if you have an image, that is nothing else than a matrix. With each layer in a convolutional neural network, we are introducing new dimensions to the image. One of the reasons is we have to understand the connections between each pixels, and that cannot be done with a simple neural network. We have to apply these techniques that is implemented within a convolutional neural network, which is called like a pooling layer. We have to have a preservation of spatial recognition and feature extraction. And this is how we have layers upon layers, and within each layers, we have subsequent groups that are designed to transform your data to have this higher dimension of understanding. And with the help of these new techniques, which is called deep learning, we basically introduce a new set of tools that are designed for certain tasks. As I mentioned previously, CNN, convolutional neural network, is used very frequently within image recognition. RNNs, recurrent neural networks, were very useful in natural language processing. Nowadays, they are a bit deprecated. We're going to talk about that, but it was a technique that was first introduced for natural language processing. Excuse me. And you can achieve beyond human level of performance with these huge neural networks. And that's how we come to the large language models, which are all the trend today. So large language models What's the difference? We talked about RNNs, which I told you that are useful for natural language processing, but what has changed? So a large language model utilizes a couple of new techniques. One of them, which I call transformers. Transformers introduced a attention mechanism within a deep learning process. And we already had some kind of memory in deep learning. We had, based on RNNs, we had long-term, short-term memory models, but it wasn't enough because attention is not just about, you have a certain memory, but you have to understand the connections between each parts and how they correlate together. So with the help of transformers, we introduced this attention mechanism. We have so-called feed-forward neural networks, near layer normalization. It's a whole bunch of things, but as you can imagine, as I mentioned previously, this will result in this monstrous of neural networks that has billions and billions of parameters and hundreds of layers that you cannot even comprehend. You literally have to build tools to understand what's happening within your neural network. And basically, this is the gist of it. You have a good overview now of the different techniques, where we are coming from in modern AI science. So let's display the capabilities of this technology. One of my favorite things is the Shakespeare generator, and I would like to read you this beautiful quote from it. Look, sir, that not this innocent mind, friends, and hateful dogs has appeared, for it excelling clouds with gentle natural plucking, their liberal dogs not this. Very nice. The Shakespeare generator is one of the early generations of a language model. It is based on RNN technology, which we've talked about, and it had a couple of issues, as you can see. It's not perfect, but you can also see that if you look far enough, it looks like Shakespeare, and if you have problems with your hearing, it almost sounds like Shakespeare. So what's happening here? Why we have these strange words that are not even English? Yet, if I read it to you and you don't pay attention, you would say, yeah, that was a Shakespeare quote. What's happening here is RNNs, and especially the data set that this particular Shakespeare generator was trained on, wasn't enough to understand all of the intricacies of English language. Therefore, it has no concepts of what is right or wrong grammatically, but it was able to create a correlation network between each letters and each verse. So the probability, as it seems, there is a high probability that after the word look, the following word will be sir. That's all it is. I wanted to show you this because it's very important to understand the mistakes of these early models, because the remnants of it still present even within ChatGPT. You can see how it correlates things. You can see the mistakes that it makes. And if you have practice within this field, you can mitigate these issues very easily. And to do that, I implore you to go and check this link out, where you can find a notebook and you can code alongside it. You can create your own Shakespeare generator. You can get all of Shakespeare work downloaded by free, but also you can train this model on anyone else's works, basically, and let's see what you can come up with. It's good fun. I highly recommend. It's like takes about an hour and a half, and you will have your own homemade Shakespeare at your own disposal, which is fun. Oh, and let's move to modern techniques within these modern times. So we talked about the fundamentals within computer science, within AI sciences, with the neural networks, deep learning, and large language models. And with the wake of this generative AI hype train that we are all sitting on, we had to come up with new techniques to mitigate other problems that these models have. ChatGPT has certain memory. It has what we call a context that can keep in mind, but it doesn't have real memory in terms of it has knowledge because they trained it in a huge set of data, and it can mimic like it has knowledge. But if you want to introduce your own data, after a while, it's going to forget, and it cannot interact with it. To mitigate this issue and to introduce our own data within to these language models, we came up with, not we as humanity collectively came up with this new technique, which is called RAG. And as you can see, I became creatively bankrupt by the time I got to this slide, and my best idea was to put an actual image of a rag as a background, and decided against it. So you will have this boring background, black background instead, but at least I animated all of the slides. So the RAG model, what it is called retrieval augmentation generation, retrieval augmented generation. And the whole process is the following. We had our data storage. It can be a data lake, but let's just call it in this case input documents, data source, whatever. We go through and we go through and process all of this data that we have, transform them into text, and then upload everything into a vector database. A vector database is a new type of, relatively new type of database that works on vectors, creates these collections and vectors based on the embedding models that you introduced. You can use, for instance, a semantic embedding model, and then you enabled basically semantic search on your database. I'm not going to go into much of detail because vector database are like an hour-long discussion in and of itself, but it is a technology that you should be familiar with, very, very useful. And this is the fundamental, one of the fundamental parts of RAG that we are using. When you hear these words, by the way, what are chunks and things like that, you have to split up your documents because you have to respect the token limits. And basically what we are doing here is when we have a user query that comes into our application, we push, we first give this user query to our vector database, and which are in this situation, let's say, is created with the help of a semantic embeddings model. And based on the semantics of our query, the database will give you back a set of documents, a set of these chunks, based on what is the most probable chunk to contain the answer to your question, which is very cool. And then you grab those documents and feed it to ChatGPT and say, hey, ChatGPT, I have this user query and I have these documents. Please answer this user query based on the documents. And this is how you introduce basically memory to your LLM models. And we have some rendering logic at the end, and you will get back the answer. And if you look at it, I mentioned LangChain. LangChain is a new technology. I could mention a lot of other of these agent tools that we have nowadays, like AutoGen and things like that, which is one of the latest and the greatest. But let's stick with LangChain. It's been around for a while, at least since the last year. It works pretty well, and it has, based on the LangChain agent workflow, I can describe it to you what these techniques of working with agents entails. Basically, you have your user query, and you don't want to just push your user query to the LLM. You want to wrap it into a master prompt. This master prompt looks like the following in most cases. It starts with, you are a helpful AI assistant agent. Help answer me this question. You insert your query in it, and then your LangChain agent gonna go to ChatGPT with your query and say, hey, ChatGPT, I'm a useful assistant agent. Help me solve this problem. break this user query down into separate steps so that I can execute, so I can get back the right answer to the user. And this process is completely out of our hand. This is a communication between our application, the prompt, the agent, and between ChatGPT. And with the help of ChatGPT, Longchain will initialize different agent types. Each agent type has different tools, and each tool has a certain purpose. So you can say, hey, agent, help me create a financial report on, for instance, the Tesla stock. What it would do, it would wrap this query, push it to ChatGPT, then initialize a couple of these agents. One of them would be, for instance, a search agent, which does search on the Google API with the help of the SERP API. The other one would be an analytics agent that does calculations with the help of some Python library, and then you have to generate it with, you would have another agent for that. And basically, this is a you're gonna go through this process a couple of times, and hopefully you're gonna get back with the right answer at the end of the day. This process actually works pretty well. I personally built a lot of these agents. I have a couple of these agents continuously running on my own machine. The only downside is the token limits are there, or especially you have to pay a lot for OpenAI's APIs. But it is what it is. Sometimes a task just to generate a financial report could take me like $5 each, which is quite a lot. But if, for instance, you are trading in your spare time, maybe it would be something to look into, because it helped me greatly to reduce the time that I'm spending on analyzing, for instance, basic financial data. Alrighty, so we just ran through a lot of these techniques. I give you a highlight of what are the available technologies, not in great detail, by the way. And why did I do that? So I wanted you to have a context within which we can talk about one of the questions that I've been asked a lot during the last year, which is, hey, Peter, you are working in AI, and I am a Java engineer. I want to go into this field. I'm very interested in it. What are the ways that I can take? What avenues are open for engineers like us to go and work with these latest and greatest technologies? And what I've realized that people don't really understand how big the AI field is and how many ways you can work within this field. Let's start with the most obvious and what is the most frequently requested, a data scientist. Data scientist is someone who's working on transforming, quantizing, cleaning the data, and sometimes even creating the models for these neural networks and applications that we have created. Bad news is, in this case, it is not easy to go from engineering to data science because your knowledge as an engineer doesn't necessarily translate well into this field. Meaning, what you need to know if you want to be a data scientist is a lot of statistics and mathematics. That's all it is. That's all it is. But here is the thing: if you are a senior engineer, for instance, you cannot really go and apply a senior data scientist position for another company. You have to kind of start over and say, hey, I take this hit. I start as a junior data scientist, but within a few years, you can, climb up within the career ladder. That's the bad news. The good news is the salaries are quite competitive within this field. So even if you go into a junior position, you might not take as big of a hit in terms of salary than if you would go to another junior engineering position. So data science, very interesting, very, very useful. It is basically the one of the fundamental parts of modern AI. But as an engineer, it's not easy to transition. But there is the next opportunity, which is AI model developer. And probably this is something that you all think about, that I am going to create this next revolutionary model that I can, will destroy or save the world, whatever you're into. But basically, at this point, what we have, your knowledge as an engineer will translate quite well, not perfectly, into this field. So you don't have to take over completely, but you still have to have a lot of knowledge of statistics, because understanding activation functions and things like that is not easy. So if your mathematics are not up there, this field probably not for you. But this is one of these all-time favorites that you can go and work for. Any number of companies to creating their new models, and there are a lot of pre-trained models, pre-made models. You just have to tune them sometimes, but it involves a lot of programming, and most times you work very closely with data scientists in this field, so they can help you even with the math if you are not really good at it. So it is definitely something that you can and should consider as a Java developer if you want to transition to this field. It's a if it can be an easier transition than go to data science. Then we can talk about something that most people don't even think about, which is hardware specialists. Now, as most of you, hopefully, most of you are Java engineers, you probably heard about the JVM, and hopefully you've heard about projects like the Panama project. Basically, it is not trivial to execute code optimally on modern CPUs. So most of these models that you create and write in Python, for instance, with the help of TensorFlow, are actually then translated into native, so translated into C, and run as a C code, because there is no other way to interact with the vector computational units that I mentioned previously in this talk. And the whole point is to be specialized to translate code into native is very interesting. And in the case of Java engineering, this is what they do at Oracle. They are working on the JVM and trying to find ways, like within the Panama project, how to make Java interact with these new vector units without actually invoking C or native code. This is a very interesting and a very hard field to go into it, but it's just poor programming. Plus, you have to understand CPU architecture very well. So I think it's a very interesting field, to be honest. If I would be smart enough, I would work in it, because yeah, I think it's just cool. And this is the foundation of everything that we are doing. By the way, recently we just got the news that Microsoft have created their own, architecture, CPU architecture, and dedicated to AI processing. So it is also something that it is a very competitive field, and it's growing at the same pace or even faster than the whole AI field. And the last, but not least, and this field, this pathway can be the most interesting to you, is AI application specialist, which you can call the prompt engineer or whatever. Good news, it's just programming, basically. You create applications with the help of AI and build your applications upon these new models and new techniques. This is what I do on a daily basis, or mostly what I do. And it is cool, very interesting. With these new accelerators and the help of these new accelerators, we can create applications like, portion of the time that previously I mentioned that interacting with data lakes is also something very interesting with AI, because it doesn't matter anymore if you have structured or unstructured data. The AI can sort it out. The only thing that you have to consider in that regard is performance, for instance. So I highly recommend to start playing with AI, build applications on top of these AI models. And connecting to ChatGPT is not hard. It's just an API call, nothing else. You write your prompt and you send it to ChatGPT, wait for the answer, and you have a mini application. And maybe if you introduce these agents that I previously mentioned, you can create more complex applications or applications that are capable of doing really, really cool stuff. So you have now the understanding of how AI works, what are the avenues that you can take, but you would probably want to understand what is the hype all about and how long it will last. So, interesting question. The answer is not as interesting, unfortunately. It's money. As it always, it's always about money. With their infinite wisdom, all these central banks has printed tons of money in recent years, which surprisingly led for higher interest rates. It's like, in Hungary, the governments always get surprised when there is snow in winter. It's the same with central banks. They always get surprised when they print a lot of money and then, oh my God, here is inflation. No one expected that. But with higher interest rates comes the burden on companies to have more profitable projects. Before 2022, 2021, we had an economic environment where interest rates were virtually zero. Therefore, any project that you pulled up had like a couple of percentage of profitability were greenlit by stakeholders because, any number is infinitely greater than zero. This is not the case now. It is very hard to find projects that can, not very hard, but it's harder to find projects that can make more money than the interest rates on the loans. And most companies take out loans, and this is how they fund their projects. And you can also, if you have money and just put it in the bank, and the bank has high interest rates, then why would you spend your money on less profitable ventures like that project or something like that? So that's one of the fundamental reasons that there is this huge hype around AI, because one, we got these technological breakthroughs in the 2010s, in 2020 with the help of ChatGPT, but also the environment changed drastically how these tech companies invest, and that led to this very interesting culmination of things, that there is this new technology which became a buzzword, and no one else is willing to spend on anything else than on this buzzword. One of the reasons, because AI is an accelerator, so theoretically you can do much more within the same time frame, meaning you can be much more profitable at the end of the day. And with that, I would like to mention the Gartner hype cycle. I'm not going to pull this up because it's very simple. That is the beginning of the technology. Then there is a hype where the interest goes up. Then people realize that it's not that interesting, so the interest goes way go down. And then, in time it will normalize, because people will understand that it's useful, just not as useful as they thought it were. Such as the case of crypto or blockchain, sorry. Huge interest in the beginning. Everyone want to do blockchain, and they realize, but there are very limited applications of blockchain, and NFTs are not really cool anymore. So interest goes down, and people start to realize again that, but it's actually a useful thing to have a contract on a ledger, then that gives you much security and stability, and the security concerns around our modern day life can be solved with the help of blockchain. So, interest comes up again. In this case, I don't think that we are at top of or the peak of this interest curve. I think there are a lot of skeptics that has this in mind, that it's just a hype, it's gonna go down. I think people don't realize the potential within AI and how much will it change how we work. So in the previous presentation, you've seen even 3.5 can generate code very, very fast. I personally do 10 times of the work that I did previously with the help of GPT. So if your teams are enabled with this technology, you should start really thinking how to restructure your projects, because one, and how to estimate your tasks. I would recommend this practice for any manager here that try to create a team that forgets about Agile, that has a huge backlog, and push them to see what they can do with the help of GPT within 1 or 2 weeks, and somehow motivate them to do as much as they can, push them a little bit, and you will be surprised how much work can be done than previously. I think how we work, how we lead projects, these methodologies like Agile will change in the next couple of years. So I think we are just the beginning of this hype cycle and not really gonna go down, because there are a lot of skeptics and a lot of people don't fully understand what's happening within this field. With that, we arrived at a couple of challenges that I faced during the last year. One of them is bleeding edge stability. I've talked about agents and long chain, vector databases, and all sorts of things. These things are basically betas. Everything is under testing. People are rushing these new functions out, these new capabilities out. There is no stability. You can forget about it. You have to work around it. It is what it is. Unpredictability of responses. It comes from the nature of these neural networks. As I mentioned, these are all probabilistic models. So, expecting deterministic answers with probabilistic models is craziness. There will be variations within the answers. You have to work around it, and you have to rethink how you test your applications. If you don't want your application to behave like a human, then maybe you don't want to implement artificial intelligence, but stick to your good old techniques that generate the same answer every time that you run it. Performance is very interesting question. You either all of these models are very computationally hungry. There is nothing to do with it. There are things to there are ways to work around it, but it is something that you cannot really change. Just come up with new techniques like RAG, for instance. Process library, yeah, terrible. Documentations are terrible. Everything is deprecated. Nothing is up to date. I think the one of the worst experiences with Microsoft in this regard. They are really bad at documenting anything, and they are pushing a lot of half-baked features. But again, everyone is racing to the top, and this is the pace of evolution. You can introduce a new feature, create a new application, and within 2 weeks, literally, it can be deprecated. It happened to us. If you try to keep up the pace with this field, it will happen to you definitely. Data accuracy, it comes to the fact that if you are in data science or where anywhere else, it's very hard to come by good data. Again, such as life, you have to work around it, have to find new techniques. That's why you want to hire, for instance, very good data scientists to solve this issue for you. Right tool for the right job. This is one of the most interesting part, and this is why I said that I don't think that people really understand the capabilities of AI. One, they have a general idea what they want, so they say, hey, what is the answer to everything? And you say 42, and they're gonna come back with, yeah, but I want to get this answer by the help of AI. And you say, all right, we can do anything that you want. It's just a matter of time and money. And usually the clients at this point are gonna get quiet. The other end of the spectrum, when I had literal conversation with clients, when they asked my team to, hey, can you add these two numbers together with the help of AI? I'm like, sure thing, we can do that. But are you sure you want to do this? It is a very expensive way to do calculations and not the most reliable. So if you have a problem, like, classic, when do you want to use relational database, NoSQL, or a vector database? The same problem think about what you want to achieve and pick out the right tool for the right task. Don't push everything through AI. Only the task that makes your life much more easier with the help of these new models. And there are a lot of misunderstanding about this whole field. People don't understand what is neural networks, what is deep learning. Now you do. So thank you. And let's have a quick recap of what we were talking about. So we went through challenges, we went through the hype cycle, mentioned potential ways that you can take and avenues that you can go on as an engineer. We had a brief overview of how these modern AI models are working. We talked about the evolution and the history of AI and defined the basic definition of what artificial intelligence is. With that, we came to the end of this presentation. Thank you, and let's have a Q&A session.
Thank you. Thank you very much for such a great presentation.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Just
Yeah.
applauses. Yeah, I think all our audience will join us. Before we'll jump to the question, I want to say thank you. And with your permission, of course, I will stole this thought from your talk. I do understand that Douglas Adams in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy predict all these problems with AI. Like, what's the answer to the question of life, universe, and everything? So yeah, it's 42. So what's the question?
The question, yeah.
Yeah. So that's the problem. Wow. I'm really impressed. Thank you, Peter. Thank you very much. So we have some questions. Yeah, guys. So we encourage you to post more. We have time for that. So first question is your presentation made by AI? Peter?
Oh, sorry. I got zoned out. Could you please repeat the question? I was reading the comments and there are a lot of them. Sorry.
Yeah. So question is your presentation made by AI?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Not the animations. That was a lot of hard work, blood and sweat, and everything else. But all the pictures, animations were generated by AI.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thanks for the answer. Next question is about unpredictability of response. A few days ago, OpenAI announced fixed seed mode that would allow ChatGPT provide reproducible results, specifically to make testing easier for devs. What do you think of that?
Yeah, this is comes back to the pace of evolution. To be honest, I actually watched and read this article, and it completely slipped my mind. So maybe it's not going to be a problem in the future. We haven't had the time to test it yet, so that's about it. Maybe it's going to solve it. Probably it will.
I fully agree, because they can something tell us, but we need to test it and be confident with any promotion from OpenAI of new features. So,
and don't forget that OpenAI and ChatGPT is just one segment. Like, it's a large language model, generative AI, but you can do much more. And they have many different models. There are many different techniques that you can utilize, and right tool for the right job. You don't want to use OpenAI or a large language model for everything. If you have a set of numbers, for instance, and you want to predict what is the next number, it's probably better to have a model that is designed to do that than to go through a large language model.
Okay. One more question we have. I will rephrase it a bit. So, are there, maybe some libraries for Java developers who want to work with AI and don't want to mess up with code in Python?
Definitely. So interesting, because last year I had to talk about AI with Java, and I was talking about DL4G. This is deep learning 4G. I think that's the best Java library for neural networks and deep learning as of right now. It is well documented, very easy to interact with it. I highly recommend to check this out. You can do basically everything. You have preloaded models, and this is one of the advantages of Java, that Java is fast, and you can go through the processes of transforming your data, what the model needs, very quickly, much faster than with the help of Python. Other than that, there are the TensorFlow library for Java, which is very poorly maintained, so it's very hard to work with it, but it actually works. You can do stuff with it. The problem is the documentation will be deprecated, or at least last year when I last worked with it, everything that they had was deprecated, and you had to figure out yourself how they work. There are smaller libraries that I don't want to mention because they are very instable, but yeah, these two are the best ones. The F4J definitely is something that you can even, I would say I would be comfortable to put it into any production. They advise against it, but I think it is stable enough. One thing that I would like to mention, with the help of ChatGPT, I don't think it matters anymore which programming language you are working in. You should be able to switch between them very quickly. So this shouldn't be, something that keeps you from working with AI. Also, I would like to mention, for instance, Milvus vector database. They have a Java library and Java support as well. So check this out. Fact check me on that, but I think that Milvus has Java library and Java support.
Okay, great. So, yeah, I just want to add to your last answer that we are all engineers and language should not be, but we are on Java conference still.
Yeah.
So let's
I'm trying
Java.
to keep silent because we're talking about Java. However, Python still exists.
Unfortunately, it exists. Yeah.
Okay, so I assume the last question before we finish this. What's your thoughts? Java developer role in the future will transform into application developer on top of AI or not?
Not necessarily on the top of AI. So let's think about this way. If you are working on a legacy application that still uses Java 5, which we know there are people there, and this is how I started my career, there are chances that you're never going to see AI within that role, and probably they're not going to let you use AI within that role. But I would say AI accelerated positions will be here because every company have to they have to overcome this problem with security, have to maintain their own instances of ChatGPT, for instance, or any of these accelerators like Copilot, and let the engineers work with it. And with the help of these accelerators, I think the role will transform more like a you have to be high seniority, and it's more like a full stack engineer, not dedicated Java. There will be some roles, like if you are working on the JVM, or if you are working on such low level applications, you want to really utilize all the good performance that Java brings to the table. I think in that case, you will be just a dedicated Java developer, but most of the dev roles, I think, will transform into this application developer, even if it's not on top of AI, because I mentioned AI is not good at everything. It's just good at most things.
Okay, great, Peter. Thank you very much for being part of Java On Conference 2023. We were glad for having you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Thank you. It's amazing.
Thank you,
It's
bye.
amazing tech talk. Thank you. Okay. We covered.
Before we start, we need to watch a video. We're back. Yeah. So we are waiting for our last, but for for sure not least
Not
speaker for
least,
today.
yes, for today, just only for today.
Yeah,
And
so guys, I want to remind you that tomorrow we have third day of Java On conference. Don't miss it. So let me share it just briefly. So tomorrow we have four more talks. We would have talk from Gunnar, JaCoV, Adam, and Josh. Join us tomorrow on Java On conference. We're starting same time as today. You also may find link to day 3 stream in the description on YouTube, or if you're on platform, you may just click special button to add it to your calendar. So join us tomorrow. Don't miss great talks which we would have, and also kindly reminder about our online activities which we have. You may take a photo on how you're watching Java On conference, tag us on Instagram, and win the prize, or take part in quizzes, nice quizzes about Java and technologies, and also win a prize. Yeah,
yeah, a lot
that's
of activities. Please don't forget to do this. It's sometimes funny and it's good emotions and memorizing. Because, for example, last year we did Java On conference, and it's very interesting to take a look 1 year ago and compare with today's what happens. However, I want to ask colleagues who are watching us, send invitation to your friends, because next speaker is a superstar. Why I'm talking about this? Roma, don't tell him. I'm his fan. I'm his fan. Really.
I think he's
Don't tell
hearing
him.
us.
He don't hurt, I hope. But I want to say that with help of one of his past tech talks about Spring, I've got my first job offer, because yeah, I was a week in some topics like junior in JaCoV. However, when I was asked about Spring, oh, thank you. So, colleagues, our next tech talk about this topic, we will highlight a bit later, will be very useful for the future.
Yeah,
So
I hope
please
so.
share
So
with friends.
yeah, so let's while you're sharing the link to our stream with your friends, let me invite our next speaker to our live stream. It's Evgeny Borisov. Evgeny, welcome to Java On conference.
Hi.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes,
Welcome,
we can
guys.
hear you. We can hear you too. Nice having you on our conference. So we had your talk 2 years ago when we even haven't called ourselves Java On. We called our Java Day, and your talk was a record talk. We had it for 6 hours. So do we have plans to beat this record today?
Today we will use assistance of ChatGPT, so it will be twice faster. I think 3 hours will be enough.
Okay, okay. I'm set the counter.
Maybe vice versa. You know, maybe struggling with ChatGPT can take twice more, so it will be 12 hours. Let's see.
Super.
Okay. So I hope today we will not have to switch to Zoom. So guys, for your information, like 3 years ago, we had first conference which we organized, and there was a talk from Evgeny. I think it was about Spring. So we go inside of Springs and try to make it by ourselves, by our hands. I mean, by hands of Evgeny, of course. And we start in the here on YouTube as it was planned. So we started. We spent I think 3 hours, and then we just switched to Zoom. And mostly everyone who were with us on YouTube just switched with us, and then we proceed for like 3 or 4 hours more there. So it was legend. Wait for it, dairy. Yeah, it was great. And today, I would say that we would nearly repeat this talk, but not by ourselves, but with ChatGPT, right?
Kind of, but not only. I'll explain now. Just a moment. I want to close everything, every pop-ups, and before I close the Teams and email, I have in 1 minute one additional meeting which called "Let's Build Spring Framework with ChatGPT," and here is a link to video. Should I enter it or?
No. You are already here.
Okay, so just share my screen. That's all.
Yes. So while you're sharing your screen, guys, I want to remind you. First of all, you need to take the link to the streaming and send it to your friends. That's what you have to do right now. Friends, colleagues, everyone.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
first thing.
It's
Thing
very
number
for them. Help them to be smarter, to learn something.
Yeah. Thing number two, we have two chats on YouTube and on the platform, and we would have some interactives during this call, some questions, some things. So still, you may use this chat to share your opinions, expressions. Help ChatGPT became like viewers GPT. Help us with this talk. Like share your opinions, questions, etc., etc., etc. Be with us here, so we will see that you're alive with us. Yeah, so I think we are done here. We will ask our technical team to share the screen. Uh, yeah, we will scroll it to the beginning. Okay, good luck and let's begin.
Okay.
Good luck, have fun.
So I'll close my phone as well. Let's start, guys. So as Roman mentioned, this talk already exists several years ago. I wanted to explain to developers how Spring work from inside by writing a similar framework, by doing step by step in order to solve some technical task, and in order to write beautiful code, we decided to develop some infrastructure, but the main purpose is to write the infrastructure, not to complete the task. Task is just for example. And today we will do the same with ChatGPT. So who is this talk for? This is talk, first of all, for the people who love Spring, know Spring, want to know more about Spring. This talk is for people who love beautiful object-oriented code and love to make an effort to make it happen. And finally, and this is the main reason of this talk, is this talk is for people who want to understand how the simple tasks like our daily tasks from Jira can be completed by using ChatGPT, and with that, ChatGPT can make us a better engineer. I mean, more efficient. Even if we spend 20% less time, we are more efficient engineers by help of ChatGPT. And it's a lot of different stories and ideas where ChatGPT can help us. So in my talk, I want to concentrate only in the daily super developers tasks. Okay. Now, may I ask something before I'll go on? I need your help, Roman. How many people who are listening to me now listened the previous version, the previous part of this talk remade by ChatGPT?
I don't know. So, guys, this talk was on Devox Ukraine, as far as I understand, right? So, if you
Yes,
already,
I'm talking about this talk yet.
yeah. So, if you heard this like previous edition of this talk, please send us pluses into the chat on YouTube or on the platform, so we would know. While we're waiting for answers, Evgeny, may I ask you to click hide button on the StreamYard, this
Yeah.
white.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, now it's great. So yeah, we have some pluses, not a lot, like
Okay.
just about
Okay.
3.
It's not another version of the same talk. I finally hope that your conference will allow to me to complete this talk because I succeeded to do it only maximum by 50%. So I want to not to skip totally the 50% I already covered. Because of that, I asked if everybody said yes, we already heard it. I would do it in a couple of minutes. Now I will spend a little bit more time. Now this talk will be in totally new format. I call it semi live coding. It's not live coding totally. It's semi live coding. Why? Because several times when I tried to do that by using ChatGPT on live, every time something happened. And one of the things which always happens to me, it's start working super slowly and we losing a lot of time. So today I will do most of the coding in live, but the prompts I already have, and we will cover all what I wrote, and we will do it in parallel. one important disclaimer that all I'm gonna present and I'm gonna try to teach and to expose you to my methodology of using ChatGPT is all my personal experience. Now, because this session is recorded, nothing can go wrong during this talk. It will be deterministic. Okay, so people who are not familiar with me, I'm Evgeny Borisov. I'm writing Java more than 20 years. For the last half of year, I'm doing DevRel in EPAM. DevRel, it's this is an explanation from Infinite Wisdom of ChatGPT, that DevRel is a program and set of activities within and outside of the organization that interact with developers on their journey with your company. But to make a long story short, DevRel is about a lot of different kind of activities which can help engage developers into learning, into extra miles activities, and finally, in order to make them happier, but the company will earn even more money. Okay, so we love activities like conferences, webinars, workshops, hackathons, and in addition, it can be any other activities, not always related to coding or some professional skills, but to make developers more satisfied with their life in the company. And because our department is new and we still don't have a budget to have the full capacity and a lot of people, meanwhile we have closed community, and I'm engaging you to come to register. And when we have capacity, I promise I personally will come to you and we'll ask you about your ideas, and we'll try to implement all relevant ideas. Okay, so how DevRel is working, in case we go to specific location in order to improve their collaboration, their processes, their engagement, and their satisfaction from their life as employees in EPAM. So we analyzing the current situation, we decide what should be done, we prepare activity for what should be done, we deliver this activity, and we collect feedback and measure the result. So this task I want to implement today in order to have something for developing Spring around it. And this is the idea of the class we want to develop. It's a class called DevRelza. The only method it will have execute the role strategy. This is the steps we want to implement, and the code will, in the beginning, look like you can see in the screen. So we have, first of all, let's see the execute the role strategy method. By help of analyzer, we finding the most crucial activity which can help to specific location in the point of view of DevRel. Then we need to measure the current situation, so we collect some metrics about current activities or something else, and then we produce our activity, and then we want to print some difference, and we calculate some, I call it DevRel money, dev dollars, like you can see in this output. But what we want from our code, we want it will be by today's standards, and today's standards is code should be flexible, because we always have continuous delivery development, and we always have new tasks to develop. So the code should be flexible, it should be reusable, and should be readable. This is the most important things to the code, except from the code is working. And we know that today's standards is single responsibility, open close principle, depends on the version, blah, blah, blah. You already know that. And then the first thing I did, I just went to ChatGPT and I asked if my DevRelza class is good. Let's see the answer of ChatGPT. First of all, I want to maybe to mention part of my rules before I will cover it in the slides. I realized that the best way for developers like me to work with ChatGPT is to work by single responsibility. So as you can see, I have several classes I'm going to develop, and for each class, I have additional prompt, and the names of the prompts are called by convention. So I finished this talk in the middle 1 month ago, and I promised that today I will continue from the same point. So in order to continue from the same point, I want to see what I developed and what was the last point with my code. So because all my prompts called by convention, I easily can find it because it has the prefix of the project name, which is Devrelish. You know, Devrelu потихонечку, Devrelu, that's what we are doing. And I can see why it's 4. It should be, let me refresh it and show it again. You need to scroll down before you start your search, otherwise it will not find. Okay, now Control F, and then yes, this is the first class we're gonna work on it, the object factory. Okay, but you can see I have 6 different prompts because finally we're gonna develop something like 6 interesting classes which will together will reproduce the kind of Spring infrastructure. So let's start with object factory prompt. Think about that. Meanwhile, it doesn't have name, okay, because we don't know that it should be called object factory. And as I told you, the first thing I did, I just wrote this class in order to understand if it keeps the solid principle, okay? If you will just ask if the class is good or not, you will receive very different answers each time, and I want to concentrate on the things which are important to me. I want to work by solid, so I'm asking about solid, and the answer of ChatGPT was that first of all I'm breaking the dependency inversion principle, and it's not good idea to instantiate and configure the objects which will be used by the Verelza itself. Okay, and it explains that it's better to receive it from somewhere via constructor, but I want to write Spring infrastructure, and in order to do that I want to think we go now 20 years back before Spring was invented, and we asking ourselves who should be responsible for creating all these objects like metric, collector, analyzer, producer. It is not responsibility of the Verelza because the Verelza is not factory of object. The Verelza should be used for the Verel activities. Okay, so in order to create a metric collector, we need metric collector factory and analyzer factory, producer factory, the Verelza factory, and in order to receive factory from somewhere, we need factory. And finally, I remember in 2000 and something, in the beginning of 2000, was very popular meme that I started using Java, and now I have only problem factory. So the next step of Java object-oriented evolution was to work with some kind of object factory, some central factory. It had different names in the big companies, but each big company before common open source frameworks like Spring were released, each big company developed his own framework, and part of them maybe later become things like Spring and open source. So we need to develop something like object factory with only method for now create object which can receive type, and I gonna ask ChatGPT how to do that. So the first thing I did after I analyzed that in order to improve my Devrelza class I need some infrastructure, I'm asking write class object factory which should be eager singleton because I need to take it from any place. Okay, don't worry, it will not be final version. It's not in version of control immediately. Okay, we're going step by step to build something like, but I want to do it logically. I don't want to jump from several steps to skip them. So I'm asking for write object factor, which should be eager singleton with method create object, which will receive the type, and I explain it can be class or interface, and it will create an instance. In case type is an interface, ask some config object about implementation. And in one shot, I received not bad answer, which I took to the production, you can see that the object factory, first of all, it's really homemade singleton with private constructor, with static get instance method, and then create object, receive a type, and then it asks from some, if it's interface, and in case it is interface, we need to ask some config for implementation of this type. And after we did that, we take in the default constructor. By convention, it should present in any class which we created by our object factory, and invoking it, receiving a new object, and return it. And this is the semi-ready config class, but the main structure is good. It contains map, which maps class via interface. I call it interface. He called it interface to implementation map. And this map is empty now. Okay. So what I did, I said, great job, but I improved it with generic. And I did several fixes. You see, we can see here how many fixes I did before I received the good result. I don't know what was 5. 5 was something by mistake. So 4 is the last. It's another kind of rule for myself. If I'm not receiving better result after 4 attempts, I understand that maybe to do it without ChatGPT, or to do it differently totally, because, you know, more than 4 attempts usually just will spend my time. If you want to see what I did before, it was not. It was several fixes. For example, I removed this setConfig method. I decided I don't need it. Then I looked at my class and I decided to do one more little fix, something with generics, and to return T instead of object, something like that. Okay, so finally, I did that, and what I said, just a moment, where it was. I said, great job, but I improved it with generic. Don't answer just for information. Why I'm doing this? Because, you know what, let's switch to the presentation. I want to summarize several rules I'm going to do every moment. So to make it clear, let's start from the first one. So how do we work with prompt engineering? We ask a question, then we get some answer, then we analyze an answer. Then if its answer is not good enough, and usually it's not good enough from the first attempt, we're trying to understand what was wrong, and then we understand how can we improve our question, and then we ask it again. And then each cycle like this give me better answer and better answer and better answer, and finally I have super long prompt, which is useful because I cannot find something inside of it, but I still don't have a good answer, and I want to drop it and to start from scratch, or to do it without ChatGPT. Or maybe another example, what can be wrong with this approach, think that you asking and you receiving an answers, and then you understand that something like 25 questions ago, you choose the wrong way. And now you need to go back and fix it there, but you don't remember where it exactly was, because you have such a lot of incorrect answers, because if these answers were good, you wouldn't continue to ask. Okay, so what I'm saying stop garbaging your own history. Your history can be very useful, not only in the moment when you develop now. It can be useful for me later, like you saw now. After 1 month, I need to continue from the same point. It is very useful in kind. It contains the really needed information. Okay, so this is buttons I love. I love to stop ChatGPT from hallucinating or from giving me answer from the wrong direction. I'm not always waiting till the end, because I love, and it will be additional rule, I love to start with very short prompt in order to see to what direction I should prolong this prompt. So I'm stopping it if it goes to the wrong direction, and I'm using the edit button. Okay, so instead of asking additional question, I ask question, get some not good enough answer, analyze answer, find what's wrong, and then I'm editing the question. And finally, very few answers and few questions will remain in my prompt. I will keep only the ones who were intermediate stages which were taken into the production before the next feature I decided to implement, or maybe some evolution process which is important to me because I was going step by step to the good direction. Okay, but not to keep it so long. So rule number 1, to summarize what we did now, don't continue asking when getting a wrong answer. Edit existing question. Continue asking only if the received result has value for you. If some parts of the result are valuable, you just can, take them to IntelliJ or some other place before you edit the question, because when you edit in the question, all text below will disappear. Okay, it's very important, and you sometimes you can use it to clean your history from not relevant branches. For example, you ask some question and you received a good answer, then you decided to keep it, and then you ask additional question, and after some answers you understood that you go into the wrong direction, so immediately you go to a couple of questions back when you started to ask wrong questions, and you edit the question there, and all the branch will disappear. Okay, so you can clean your history from not useful parts. Now when you want to clarify something, like for example later on, today it will happen for sure, I will use some new technology I didn't use before, like byte body. Okay, I was using CGLib or dynamic proxy, AspicJ, but byte body I didn't use. And during this talk, we will have some task where it will be needed. And then I want to ask ChatGPT about byte body, several questions to understand what is that, how it's popular, and maybe to receive some statistic about the benchmark. So do not do that in the same chat when you develop in the class. Open the new one and don't throw garbage to your own chat. The only one thing you need to keep in mind that when you open a new chat, you don't have the previous context. So sometimes when I need, I can take some parts from the previous prompt to the new one. And when my chat is finished, I have two options. Option number 1, I will delete this chat because I know it is useful for me. For example, I ask several questions about some versions or something like that, but these questions will not be relevant after a period of time. So it's meaningless to keep this conversation in my history. Or maybe I didn't understood some concept, and then I opened a new chat and I got the concept, and now I don't want to keep it. Okay, I don't need it. So just delete this chat. In case you decide that this chat is useful, you need to give it some meaningful name, otherwise you will not find it. Okay, so or you will rename it or you will delete it. Okay, and in case my class, my prompt was created to develop some class, my convention is to give to this chat name of the project dot name of the class, and then I easily can find it no matter how many years after. By the way, I don't have enough time, but hopefully maybe some enthusiasts will come to us, and maybe we already started to develop some plugin for IntelliJ, which will allow to us to do this without switching between ChatGPT window, the browser, and the IntelliJ IDEA. It will be from the plugin there. Okay, now let's go back to our prompts. So the next thing I did after I received this object factory and the config class, I decided to what I thought. The config holds the map which maps the interface via class, right? But in most of cases, it will be only one implementation per interface. We usually create an interface because maybe we have some mock implementation, because we want the flexibility, no matter that today I don't think about another implementation, but still we love to work with interfaces. But in many cases, it's only one implementation. Maybe we have several implementations for different clients, but when we pack the application to some final distributed jar, we will pick up only specific implementations for particular clients, and in the runtime it will be only one. So it's meaningless for me to spend the time and the and provide all this mapping when I have only one implementation in the constructor of this map, or to put it in some JSON file, no matter where. But in case I have only one implementation, I want just to scan the class path, hopefully it will be only one implementation, and then I will find it and I will create from this object, and I will be able to later on to inject it and so on. Okay, so that's what I did. As you can see, I'm working by single responsibility. We will cover it later in the slides. I'm creating the new prompt because my previous prompt was finished with that my object factory, the intermediate version, is completed and working, hopefully. And I already saw how my config class should look like, but it should be additional prompt for the config. So I'm taking the only version I had, which started in the previous prompt of my config class. I'm just putting it here, and I say add this and this object factory, which should use and I'm putting the object factory in order that ChatGPT will see all the picture. It's new prompt without context. If you think, by the way, I want to stop you thinking from that it's not good idea that every time when I have the new prompt, I need to bring parts from the previous prompts, because in case I have integration from object A with object B, C, and D, I need maybe several pieces of code from different prompts in order to explain how this new class will be integrated with the A, B, and C. But it's okay. If you have several integrations like this, it's okay. If you have 72, maybe you have a problem with single responsibility, and maybe when you struggling too much with copy pasting code from different classes in order to create one context, it means that you have some problem in architecture. Maybe it's a good sign. But two classes, it's not too much for me. So I have the template for the config I loved, and I have the object factory existing version, and then I say write only config class. You see, I fixed it several times. I added this game with generics, and I added some in case there is zero implementation and more than one implementation, from exception with different messages. You see, so what can go wrong? In case my config will be able to scan the class path, or my object factory will be able to, no matter. But when I'm scanning, in case I will find more than one implementation, I want one exception. But in case I'm finding zero implementation, I want another exception. So it was my last fix. Okay. In the first fix, I just provided the config class without providing object factory. So it was not enough. In the second attempt, I added object factory, and the additional attempt, I explained that I love generic like this and not just question sign. And finally, I added this information that I want to separate the message of the exception. And this is the final result I got from config. Not bad. You can see it now. So in the get implementation method, it uses first of all the map. It tries to take the implementation from the map. Maybe it's already there, but in case it's null, it's trying to find implementation of this interface in my package. Okay, so I need to provide com EPAM or something like that, but it will not be hard coded in the end. It will be taken from some configuration file, and then in case there is zero implementation found. But by the way, how he is finding the implementation? I'm not sure. I think it was. This was the last version. 5 is I just played with something. Yes. Yes, here is better. Get implementation tries to take it from the map. Then in case it's null, we create the reflections. Reflection is some library I need to add to my POM, which extend the reflections, existing Java reflections functionality. For example, they have methods like get site.off, and you can provide interface or class and receive all subclasses or classes which implements provided interface. And then I can check if the size 1, I can, and I'm checking that it's not abstract. And then I can put it to my map. I found it, and I can stop. You see, I didn't love this code. It was a little bit ugly with break. So I tried to give him another chance, and then I changed it to this one. And on the way, I asked for separate the message of exception, but then he did something very strange with current thread without using the reflection. So my latest version was this one. And then the next thing, before we go to IntelliJ, what will happen in case I will have more than one implementation in ClassPass? Let me show you. If let's go to presentation mode, I think. Enter presentation mode. Okay. If we'll run the application now, I can see that everything is working. Starting the overall activity, engaging new speakers. This is the most crucial activity which was found by analyzer. Providing non-authentic session. This is how we do the activity, gathering best potential speakers, providing speaker courses, and then we can measure the success. It was improved by $900 dev. Great. Now, if we look at the Devrelza, and Devrelza uses Object Factory now in order to receive the analyzer and the metric collector. And now, for example, if you'll create one additional analyzer, okay, let's implement one additional analyzer. Let's call it lazy Devrel analyzer. And lazy Devrel analyzer always will say nothing to do, all good. Okay, so now we have two implementations for the Devrel analyzer, and the question, what will Object Factory will bring when I will ask for create object, and here will be the interface which has more than one implementation. So if I run this now, we can see an exception. Multiple implementations found for the Rails analyzer. Okay, and I can see their names. By the way, why I can see their names? Because finally, you see here the reflections, which was added, the dependency, and I said him, great job. I fixed a little bit. Don't answer for your information. So I work by 80-20%. What does it mean? It means that usually ChatGPT will not give you 100%. If you want to receive 100% of result by ChatGPT, you will spend too much time. After you covered 80%, usually I'm saying that the 20% which is left, I can complete by myself. But when I will finish, I will go to ChatGPT and I always will say him, thank you. It was wonderful job, because he learns from that, from my feedback. And then I can say, but I improved it a little bit with generics or with that. And then I'm synchronizing my prompt with my IntelliJ always. So I gave him this. And for example, what I did, I added is this last version? Yes, it's only version. Great job. Multiple or zero implementations found for interface get type. Now it seems like I combined between the previous version and that version, and then, yep, yes, here we are. Okay, great job, but I improved the exception message. Don't answer, just for information. So what I did with exception message, it's two different exceptions, but in case we have more than one implementation, I want to see the names of the classes which implement the same interface. So I added this line, I added by myself. I could ask it from ChatGPT to take all the found implementations and to collect the names of these classes with comma, and then add it to the message. Okay, but I decided it's less than 20%, so I did it by myself. Okay. Now let's go back and let's see what will be the next task which will be able to solve it. So in case we have only one implementation, we have automatic scanning. But in case we have more than one implementation, we need to explain somewhere about our configuration. This part of configuration will say which implementation should be chosen for this particular interface. And we can use maybe property file. I want something which can be changed without compiling it again. Okay, so Java option, for example, I'm not choosing. Maybe Groovy script, maybe some Kotlin file, but Kotlin file should be compiled as well. JSON, okay, as if you're familiar with Spring, you know the Spring can be configured with property file. Property file is not supported actually, but part of it exists since 2003. XML, Java config, Groovy config, Kotlin config, but JSON they do not support. So let's support something new. Okay. Now let's see what I did. I created new prompt, right? Because it's another responsibility. My config uses the reflections. You see the reflections here are configured. This is another change I did. Remember, this is my final version from my side with 20%. So it was part of the 20% to configure. Meanwhile, it's hard-coded. Don't worry, it will not remain like this. Maybe with your help. But I'm configuring to see on the reflection. So I want more or less the same thing, but with some kind of JSON to map reader. Okay, so my config will use two assistants. The first one is his reflections scanner, and the second one is the JSON to map reader, which can fill this map on the bootstrap when the config will be created on the beginning. So I created a new prompt. The name in the end will be JSON to map reader. Okay, the relish.json to map reader, and then I say write JSON to map reader, which will receive name of file and will build map of class to interface. In order, my config will be able to get impl against interface. And I'm providing my config class. I'm saying he is my config class because it's new prompt. Okay, there is no context. And I say write only JSON to map reader. I did here 3 attempts, and then I got the good result. Okay, what was wrong with the previous ones? It was some problems with generic. So finally, I let it for him, and the final result was good. So first of all, he suggested me to add Jackson data bind library to my POM, and then in the constructor JSON to map reader, as you can see, it holds object mapper from Jackson data bind, and it contains map, which finally should be my result, which should be filled. And here I'm using ChatGPT decided to use a class loader, and it takes from resources the file by file name. I will have some JSON.config, something like that. In case it was not null, it just use object mapper and read this input stream, and then iterating by all received results and just put it into the map, and finally it returns the map to me. Okay, looks good. And because I provided the config which will use this JSON to map reader, he said to me what I should change in my config in order to make it work together. As you can see, we already had the reflections here instantiated on COM-EPAM, and here is the JSON to map reader, and here he say put all and from config.json, even he suggested the name. Okay, so I just took this new JSON to map reader class, and I yes, no, it was before. You can see that I provided this change. Just a second. No, maybe it will be later. So let me demonstrate how it works now. Okay, so here is our JSON file, config.json, and now I add in additional mapping, and I'm saying that devrel analyzer, devrel, you see it's just text, devrel analyzer should be lazy devrel analyzer. I hope I didn't make some spelling mistakes. And it should be comma, right? This mapping, by the way, is redundant because I have only one implementation of metric collector. You see now it's working, and we can see nothing to do, all good. Okay, and if I'll change it back to devrel analyzer impl, now we can see engaging new speakers. Okay, so we can summarize the benefits we have from now from our framework. So again, what do we have? We have object factory, and object factory can create object from the, mostly we will use it in order to create it from the interface because we love flexibility. And for example, the devrel is a class we already saw started to use object factory, and it is asking by the interfaces and implementations, and our config knows about the implementations with help of two friends. First of all, it has the reflections scanner which can scan, and it has a map which filled in the constructor phase from the JSON file easily. So meanwhile, we have three classes, right? Object factory, config, and JSON to map reader. This is our framework. And the final benefit that we have one central place where all objects will be created. I'm not saying that we will create any object like person with object factory, but any singletons usually will be created by object factory, and we have one central place where when they will be created. So because of that, we have flexibility to change implementations without touching the code. And before object factory will return an object, we can configure it according to some conventions we can invent in the future. And later on, this object factory or maybe some additional abstraction around our infrastructure can be used as a cache for singletons, but we'll do it in the end. So in order to emphasize or give an example of what can be additional benefits of Object Factory, I said here that before Object Factory will return an object, it can configure it. So this is an example what should be configured. For example, again, this is not an example from real life. I'm not thinking that inject random int annotation can be super useful, maybe for testers, but it can serve as a good and simple example, and will help us to continue customizing our infrastructure. So the meaning of this annotation is that every time I have some fields in my classes marked by inject random int, these fields should be configured by Object Factory with the values within a range of this annotation. So let me demonstrate you what have I done. I first of all, I asked myself a question: should I add this code to Object Factory, or should I add some additional friend to my Object Factory? And then I understood that if I don't want to break single responsibility, it should not be done in Object Factory, because the duty of Object Factory to create objects, not configure them. Configure them will be duty of some object configurators. And as I can see in the future, it will be, because we'll have single responsibility, it will be a lot of different object configurators. Each one will be responsible for some annotation or some other convention which will be defined by this particular object configurator, and it will be it will configure something in our object. Okay, so the next prompt I did, the new one, single responsibility in prompts, you see, finally I asked write inject random int object configurator. By the way, I can show you that usually even this sentence can be enough to receive not bad result. Not always. Oh, new. First of all, he starts from the annotation, and okay, min and max, and then here he goes with Spring, and here he writing the implementation which will support exactly like I wanted. And pay attention, he got the idea that inject random annotation object configurator will not be the only one who will configure in some world objects, and because of that he decided to implement object configurator interface he invented with only one method configure, which will differently be implemented by different object configurators, and this one actually works very good, you see. So more or less I did the same here, but in order to be sure, you see, it's my first shot. I added my Object Factory, and then I asked write. So I gave him the minimum context, but you see, I'm not always needed to do that. Because of that, I'm saying start with the shortest prompt you can, see what it's answering, stop it if it's wrong direction, and then you can add some context if you need. So as you saw there, it is min and max annotation, which should be used only on the fields. And this is the inject random int object configurator, which implements object configurator interface, and the same configure method with sneaky throws in order to avoid try and catch blocks. And here we can see that it uses some random, which is created in the constructor of this inject random int annotation configurator, and then it takes the class of configured object, it takes all declared fields of this object and scans, goes through the fields, trying to get annotation inject random int. In case it doesn't null, it means it exists. It takes the min and max parameters from it, then he generates some random value, and I can see it's correct, but no matter, I can ask for the test later on. And then I set in the field, no matter it is private, to be successful, and then I can set the value to the object. no need to make sets accessible false, because it's every time when somebody will say get field, he will receive the field with access false by default if it's private. Okay, and then I ask for the test, you see, and he prepared some mock with random int field to check it, and you see it's min 3 max 7, and then he created the instance of the mock, and then he created he configured this mock with method configure this inject configurator. You see it's created here, and then he checks that the value in this range, and this test worked. And then it is good that I started with providing the minimum context of my object factory, because now what I want to combine together object factory with all configurations. And what have I done? Look here. Make factory work together with all configurations which can be found in ClassPass. You see, it's second attempt. In the first attempt, I just asked make factory work together with this configurator, So it's not surprise that it still thought about having a list of configurators inside, but now the list is a hard-coded field with this only one. So I changed the prompt because it's not 80%, it's maybe 20% or 30%. So I added this one, which can be found in ClassPass. And now we can see that it has a list of object configurators, and discover configurators is called here in the beginning. And he started with some service loader. So I think I'm in the wrong branch. I think I'm in the wrong branch. No, I'm in the right branch. I went to the config, to the object factory, and then you see what I did, because he gave me a solution I didn't like in here. You see, it doesn't use reflections we are already familiar with. It uses some service loader, and he wants from me the like serverless work, to put all name of the classes which are configurators in some predefined space where service locator can find them in order to find them in runtime automatically. But I don't want some separate file where these names should be updated every time. I just want to scan the package. And then, because this functionality related to object factory, from my side, I finished with this class when the test was good. And then I going back to the object factory, and I'm saying, here, you need to configure each object which created by createObject method by all existing object configurators. And then I'm providing the interface which was invented in the previous chat. Actually, we never saw the interface itself. We saw only the implementation, but it has only one method, so I can guess and can do it by myself, or pull members up in IntelliJ. And by using the new config method, I decided that it will be simpler if I add to my config class this getImplementations method, because I don't want too many friends to work directly with reflections. Remember that config has inside the reflections, which is meanwhile currently configured on the epam.com hard-coded. So all questions should be to config. If I want to find some implementation, I need to ask config. Okay, so meanwhile, config had only method getImplementation. Now I want to receive a list of all configurators, so I need additional method in my config, and I even asked for it. I said, write additional method getImplementations, and Then he added to my config very simple method with castings here, get implementations, get subtype of, blah, blah, blah. And on the way, I used it to fix, no matter. So this is the last version of config, by the way. And we can see now everything together. So let's go back to Object Factory and let's see. So I say here that use new config method, get implementations, and I provided the signature of the method. Create in each configurator. This is my fixes. For example, I didn't set that create each configurator before putting it to list, and then he filled the list with the classes and not with the objects of the configurators. I need the configurators instances inside my Object Factory to use them later to configure objects it will create. And then I fixed it a little bit, write only Object Factory class, don't use create object when creating object configurator, because in the previous attempt he gave me a solution where he creates the configurator of this Object Factory, but Object Factory is not created in this phase because we are in the constructor of the Object Factory. This code is in the constructor. So I added this one, and after first shot I received the good solution. You see now Object Factory has this logic which fills the list. Config get implementations of object configurator.class, then take streams, create instance. Create instance is just for sticky throws. You know, in Lambda you cannot avoid try and catch. So he decided, because he knows me. You know why he knows me? Here you can explain about you. Here in custom instructions. So I told him that I'm a senior software engineer. I'm working with ChatGPT mostly in order to improve blah, blah, blah. And I explained what I love, Java 17, Maven, blah, blah, blah. Don't repeat yourself. Use sneaky throws instead of exception handling. You can explain it. You know, I can change it at least one per several months when I have some new rules for myself. It doesn't work for 100%, but it much better. Okay, so for example, here you see he used the sneaky throws in order to encapsulate this try and catch, and now this code looks very fine. Okay, I'm creating the objects from each object configurator, and then I collecting them to the list. And then you can see the create object looks now like this. So we have some object we should create and return in the end. Or we will instantiate it from the current type, but in case it's interface, we can take the implementation from config. And then we will configure it before we will return. And in the configure object method, we can see that it doesn't use stream API here, you see, but no matter, it's still good enough. Okay, so now I can demonstrate what do we have. So for example, the optimistic metric collector has initial metrics. You see, how do I collect metrics? If the counter is 1, okay, I'm starting from 0 in the beginning. Okay, counter is 0. So the first invocation, it will return some number which is initial metrics, but each additional invocation will increase the counter, and then it will return some bigger number. You see, okay, and the formula includes the initial metrics, but initial metrics was 1. Now I want to say, I don't have default value. It should be 200 and 700. Let's see that the number will much bigger than $900. I just want to see that this annotation really working. You see, I'm not lying to you. And we can look at the object factory, because more or less we almost at the end of the previous part of my talk, and from here in a few moments we will start the new development. So you can see object factory contains config, contains list of object configurators. This is two friends. So in the constructor, object factory creates the config and fills the list of configurators automatically with help of config, because of the config created before. Then I have create object method, which we saw right now. In case it's interface, we take the implementation from config and then create object. Otherwise, we just create object, configure it with all configurators, and return it configured. Okay. Okay. Now let's see. Let's summarize the rules. I'm using always. It will not be too much rules, but I want you to be engaged by my concept and at least to try that. Okay, so rule number 2, be concise when writing prompts. You saw that I just wrote a prompt, write, inject underneath annotation object configurator. So in case you can think about very good name of your class, you don't believe, but sometimes it's enough and nothing to develop. The most complicated class for today, in the end of this talk, I will develop exactly with this principle. Just provide a very long but very understandable, meaningful name of the class. If you remember, I said it many years ago in the live talks that in case you write some bean post processor is a similar thing like object configurator in our framework, but bean post processor is from the world of Spring. And I always said that if you develop a bean post processor and its name less than 30 letters, you are not serious. And actually now I can see it's really like that. This is the most complicated thing of my prompt, to think about good name of the class. This is how you work by single responsibility. So start from the shortest prompt you can. Don't spend your time in the beginning. Analyze the answer and edit the prompt. Maybe even stop generating it in the beginning if you see your context was not good enough. And then you can repeat, improving your prompt until you have good result. In case you have several minor fixes, you can do it in one request. In case you change related to specific code block, because when ChatGPT rewrites the whole class or several classes, it can do something better and can break something else. And you already saw I'm using this when I'm saying write only config class, or I can say improve only this method. And the rule number 3, 80-20. If you already have 80% and you know how to write the rest 20%, do it by yourself, save your time. And especially when your changes are related to refactor, do it by yourself. When you try the refactor with ChatGPT, it can help here and break in another place. Okay, so this is the whole summary, but let's see the summary again later. What I want to do now, no, I don't have an option because we need the next slide. So let's make the summary. So before starting, explain your style. Okay, I already showed you where it exists here. When you log in, custom instructions. Chat history can be very valuable, so keep it clean and useful. Edit your prompt, not add additional blocks of prompt when you received not good result. Start with short prompts. Work by single responsibility, chat per class, and I think this convention should be good. Project.class name, the name of the prompt. Don't try to get 100%, aim 80-20, and sync your prompt with IntelliJ after you finish this 20%. Okay, say, and always thank him. Say him, it was great job, but I added my 20%. So this is the final version, take it. Now, in order to go to the next step of our framework, we need to improve the object factory in order to make our infrastructure supporting version of control. You know why we need infrastructure. First of all, it saves the time, but it makes the world beautiful because all infrastructure is under the ground and we don't see it. When it's leaking to the city, it's like in this picture. So this is the leakage of the infrastructure to my business logic. You see, object factory in every place. Every business class which will want something from object factory will need to write this line of code, object factory get instance. And it means that if I'll change something in my API of object factory, I will break all my business classes. So we need inversion of control. We need dependency injection, which is part of it. We need vice versa. We don't want that objects will use object factory to configure themselves. We want object factory to configure objects by understanding what the objects want, like it was with inject random int. Inject random int is an example of inversion of control when not my object which needs some random number be injected to the field goes to some infrastructure part and say, bring me a random number in this range. It's vice versa. They just say inject random int, and somebody who built them read this annotation, understand what should be done, and the same we want to do with injection. Okay, so now the next thing I did, do you agree that it should be another object configurator, one of these? Okay, we have only one meanwhile, which are responsible for inject random int. So now I want additional one, and it will be called inject by type annotation object configurator. So you see how I'm starting this prompt. It's very simple now to integrate between two prompts and to start this new one, because in case I just want one additional implementation, all I need to do to provide enough context is just to put the name of the interface I want from ChatGPT to implement with additional implementation, and I'm explaining what it should support. So you see, I even did not provided the object factory class here. I tried, and you see it's no fixes. So I said write support for inject by type. Use create object method of singleton object factory to create needed object. You see, I saved my time. I didn't took all object factory and put it here. I just explained how it works. And then he created the interface I already have. And then he created annotation. I need to copy it now. Let's make these fixes in parallel. So Java class, it should be annotation inject by type. It's like auto-wired, you know, if you're familiar with Spring. So, okay, but it should be runtime. And we can use this annotation instead of using object factory everywhere. Yes, I need to delete it with this. Okay, and now I need to use this annotation, inject by type here, inject by type here, and inject by type here. Yes, if you know that most of the books today says use constructor injection, maybe we need to teach our framework to support constructor injection. That now how it's working. It first of all create an object with empty constructor and then start injecting something to the fields. We can do it vice versa. We can teach our framework to find constructor which receive everything and provide all needed objects not directly to the fields but to the constructor. But it's not so important. Good framework should support both. Now, if we will run this, magic will not happen, right? Because there is no some configurator which supports, and we can see that null pointer exception happened. It's no surprise for us, right? Because everything is null. Now, in order to complete this, we can go to the implementation which was provided by ChatGPT, and you see this end of this prompt, this very short prompt, and it was only one shot. That's all. Where is my IntelliJ? Now I just Kotlin next time. So how it should be called? Inject by type annotation object configurator, and here we go. Okay, I don't love try and catch. You see, he ignored my configuration that I love sneaky throw, so I will use. But this is 20%, right? This is 20%, even less. Now let's run it. Let's see if you see it was enough, because our architecture is good. We just added one additional class, which was object configurator, and nothing to change. We don't need to teach somebody to use it. It's automatically part of the list of all configurators, and it's used in the beginning when each object created, and it injecting the needed objects. You see, if I will forget to mention with inject by type something, we'll receive immediately an exception because this one will be null. You see, and it says that metric corrector is null. Okay, so it should be like this. Okay, everything is working. Roman, by the way, should we make a break in the middle for 5-10 minutes? How do you see it?
If you need one,
I don't need, you know.
okay, then I would say we may just proceed.
Just proceed. Let's go on. Okay, so we got a version of control, and now I want to ask you a puzzler. So I will try to implement it, but meanwhile you can vote. What will be the right answer? You see, the only thing I want to do is just to print the analyzer in the constructor of the realizer. I just want to understand which implementation was injected by type. Okay, so what will be the output? This is the most simple question from the question I'm going to ask later. Well, okay, make a screenshot and write a correct answer. Meanwhile, I will implement this constructor. So wait. How do I generate in Mac?
If you want to generate a class or something, it's Command O.
Command O. Command O.
Command. Oh, Command O. Let's search. Command N. Sorry.
Command N. Command N. Okay, so we need an empty constructor, which will just put who is the analyzer. So what were the answers?
Yeah, I don't see anything in the chat. Igor, do you see something in YouTube? You mute it just in case. Okay, I have some answers. One NPE, one null.
Okay, so you are right. In case we don't use and we don't constructor injection, in the phase of constructor working, inject fields are not yet injected, right? Because we remember when the object will be configured. You see, this is the invocation of constructor. This is the invocation of constructor. It happens before we configuring the object, and only in this phase it will receive the injected fields. So because of that, we will receive null pointer exception, and if I run the code, I'll receive null pointer exception. Not null pointer exception, it will be just null. And now we need, let me see if I just asked. Yes, I asked. I'm trying to play a game. I don't understand what's going on, okay? I'm trying to understand if ChatGPT can not only help writing the code for me when I exactly know what I want to receive. I want to understand if ChatGPT are good enough to help me understand what's wrong, what's going on. But if I'm too junior and too stupid or too lazy and do nothing instead of I'm just asking him, it's not a good idea. So let's combine it together. So let's see what have I asked after here. Great job. Remember this version of Object Factory for the next tasks. Okay, it was before we started this thinking about what's wrong with the constructor. No, why it's at support? It's support for post construct. I think. Maybe it was some chat where I just chatted with him. Yes. Java on start here. You see, now this is a new code I'm writing. Okay, why public devrelza prints null? You see, very simple question. And he explained, if you see null printed when blah blah blah, constructor will close null, it's likely because analyzer field is not being initialized before it's accessed in the constructor. And then he says about constructor injection, but I don't want constructor injection. I want to solve it somehow. And then I say, what can be solution in my case? It was very long conversation with him, and because he's pushing me to make constructor injection or to use some Spring. And then I'm trying again. I'm saying, what if I use field injection? And then he again goes to the Spring. And then I say, can you update my object factory to support post construct? If you think I'm lying, where I took this information, it was from him. You see, timing of dependency injection. And here he explained me very good why I'm receiving null. And to work around this, you can use method annotated with post construct, which is executed after all the field injections are done. Okay, so the next, I say, can you update my object factory to support post construct? You see, I'm still in object factory, but before I will continue on this, I have another question for you. This one is much more complicated question. Where do you think the logic which will support invoking method marked by post construct, where it should be present? In additional object configurator, like we have 2 now, so we will have 3 now. It will be called like post construct invoker object configurator. Or it should be in the object factory. Or maybe it should be some new type, not object configurator, some method invoker. Or I prefer to drink beer, it's always the correct answer. I'm waiting for your answer, guys.
Yeah, so we are monitoring chats, so we encourage everyone to take
Yeah.
part.
We are looking in the chats, and I guess this is a new popular question for any interview, technical interview.
Really? About the post
Will be soon.
Will be soon.
Yeah, but you know how to answer on this question. First of all, you need to say that post construct should be super rarely used because in case we want to do something additional except from injection, we can use constructor injection. But in some minor cases, post constructing can help. So I'm not sure that it's super. It can be a good question in case you want to check that the person you are interviewing has about more than 10 years of experience with Spring before constructor injection was popular, you know. Okay,
So in
So
chat
we
we
have
have
one
answer number 4.
answer.
No, we have we have one some in YouTube and some on platform. So on platform we have one answer for the beer, 2 answers for 2, 1 for 3, one more for 3.
you see, complicated question. So the Spring answer was to put it in additional object configurator. So they call it bin post processor. So they have one bin post processor which supports auto-wire notation, another one supports post construct. Why I think it's not good solution, and actually Jürgen Holler agree today that it was not good solution, because that's what they received out of that. They have this one supports several notations, and post construct one of them, and you see the ordering. It's something, if to download the sources, you will see something like lowest precedence -3, something like that. Like here, and here is -2, and yes, -2. It's for the autowire. You see, so this is the reason why they have problem with ordering of their configurators. In our framework, we don't care about the ordering. It should not be important, because I doesn't care what will grow first and the newborn baby, the hands first or the legs first. What is important, when the baby born, it has everything. The same with the object. I want that object factory will release objects which are totally configured, and I don't care what was configured before, inject random int fields or inject by type fields or something else. Okay, so because of that, I decided to put this logic in the object factory. And in case you will say, what about single responsibility? I'll try to convince you that I'm not breaking single responsibility, because the responsibility of object factory to create objects. To create object means to invoke constructor. Post construct logic is kind of constructor logic. Because of that, it's called post construct. Okay, so because of that, if I agree that invoking the constructor is good for object factory, why not invoke post construct as well in the same place? Because of that, by the way, post construct, also known as second phase constructor, so it's still constructor. So let's go to the prompt, and because of that, I'm saying, can you update my object factory to support post construct? And then he wrote only in the needed part. You see, he doing it in the correct place after object is configured. Otherwise, we will receive the same null pointer. After object is configured, we run the post construct logic, and how it's working. Initialize post construct logic, scanning all the methods of the class in case some method annotated this post construct annotation, set accessible in case it's private to true, and then invoke it. I think we can take this one and see what will happen. This is my object factory, so I'm just replacing. You see, because of that, it's very important to sync. I just do understand that I'm taking the class which was developed months ago, and I'm just replacing it with the new version which was provided by ChatGPT. Wait, I make copy, paste. It's already done. Okay. Yes. And where is the logic? No, it didn't copy it. Oh, no, copy. This is the most complicated part, to copy class, right? Control V. Okay. Now it sounds logical. You see, it says post construct. This is not my annotation. Let's continue chatting with ChatGPT. Then I'm saying I don't have post construct. It was bad prompt because I'm. What can he answer? Okay, don't have construct, develop, and then he say you can develop my post construct annotation. So I stopped. I didn't saw the final answer. I want to work with standard annotations if I can. And then I'm asking, what dependency should I add for post construct? And then he says that it can be Java EE or it can be Jakarta. If you know the story of post construct annotation, and present in several jars, and if you will ask ChatGPT, and actually I did it, I think, but the Java EE post construct annotation soon will be deprecated, or it's already deprecated, and someday it will be removed. But how can I know that? I need to continue with ChatGPT. So I'm asking, what is the current to use today? And he says, January 22, it's not so bad. Actually, it not should be April 23. Okay, and he says that number 1 is Jakarta. So, okay. Let's go here. Let's say, hop, add dependency. Now, because this is additional rule, keep in mind that the latest version are not always latest. When you are receiving something from ChatGPT like 135, I'm not sure that 135 is the really latest version, because he said by himself that he is January 22. So because of what can I do? I can check Maven Central repositories, like I can do it with IntelliJ latest version. I can read an internet about. I can ask my team lead. Maybe this is the best idea, and he will say, you don't need to go to the internet to write about this library. It's prohibited to use any version except from 4, and that's all. Maybe we need to start from asking team lead. We can use some instruments like Black Duck or Sonar in order to find out if we have something deprecated in usage. And our next task will be to develop some custom solution, which we'll see it later. Meanwhile, I want to see post-construct is working, and I want to add, you see, I have several options, and Jakarta is my option. Thank you, ChatGPT, for that. And I can put sneaky throws. He forgot somehow to put sneaky throws here. What's going on? And I need import. Yep. You see, even less than 20%. Now, instead of seeing this now, let's see if now we will receive. We will rename it to some init method. Now it's init method, and now it's marked by post-construct annotation. Opa, everything is yeah. You see, now we can see that the injected DeVrel analyzer is from that implementation. This is the input class, and this is the hash code of the object. Okay. Now the next task, which will be most complicated. I hope it will, but nothing can go wrong. Nothing can go wrong. Now, in order to make me safe from deprecated method invocations, I want to log each time when deprecated method called since start. Okay, and this is the message count and log each deprecated method invocation method, then method name was invoked X times since start. This is the message I want to see for each invocation of deprecated method. What have I done? I created new chat. No. This is very interesting. If I want to create new chat, what will I do there? I have two options. Option number 1, I can just chat with ChatGPT in order to understand what the direction of the solution. How can I do something like that? It's much more complicated. Just a moment, I need to close the noise. Okay, so so I said that first option is just to open the new chat and start asking questions about how can I add some repeatable logic to methods marked by particular annotation to understand the concept. What should I do? Bytecode instrumentation. And another option is to make the same conversation, but in the relevant context. So I decided that maybe it will be some additional responsibility of object factory. Maybe it will be some responsibility of additional object factory friends, but I don't know what will be their names because I don't know the approach. So I'm going back to my object factory prompt, and I'm saying him, you see, I'm trying to copy paste from the presentation. I just, in case I love short prompts, or I love prompts which can be created for some good description or from Jira or something like that. So think it's taken from Jira, count and log, blah, blah, blah. So I'm just putting this message, count and log each deprecated method, and with the example how it should look like, just copy paste. And then he takes me to some aspect J and said about some bytecode instrumentation and AOP. Then I say count and log each deprecated method invocation. I need to implement this solution without using Spring or aspect J. I don't, let's see what I added after, because it was not enough. I'm writing framework like Spring, not using it, because this is very hard to guess. It's not how people usually work like, right? People usually implement some task. If in case it's infrastructure task, it's something new which is not supported by Spring. Why to do something which is supported by Spring in case you're using Spring? But we are not. We are implementing Spring, and ChatGPT cannot guess that. So then I got the idea. So without saying that, he's trying to do something very strange. He's trying to implement this particular solution without upgrading my framework. Because of that, I said him, I'm writing framework like Spring, not using it. And then he explained me, if you are building frame similar to Spring, you want to implement blah, 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 since Java doesn't have built-in AOP capabilities, in case you don't know what is AOP, you can open additional chat. This should be totally new chat, because now you want to understand some concept. You can go to Google, you can go again to ChatGPT, talk a little bit about AOP capabilities, understand what does it mean AOP. But I hope that you're familiar with. If not, later on, you will be able to understand it better. I have several slides which explains one of the AOP implementations. But the main idea is aspect-oriented programming. The main idea is not to mix technical code with business logic together, like what can be additional aspects except from business logic. It can be exception handling. It can be logging. It can be some kind of benchmark. It can be transactional logic, open and close transactions in addition to business logic. So it can be some common logic which should be which should encapsulate the original logic. So this is AOP. Instead of copy pasting code related to open and closing transactions, I just will provide some code which will solve this for all methods marked by transactional annotation, for example, or for deprecated methods. And he explains me, I hope here, yes, how it can be implemented. He create a class deprecate method invocation handler, implements invocation handler, and he tries to create a proxy. You see, he uses some new proxy instance method, provides the interfaces, provides some class loader, and finally provides the deprecated method invocation handler, which is my class, and it should implement the invoke method. And here in the invoke method, the magic sits. So we check if method is deprecated. We can take the name of the method. We can make some count. You see it contains some concurrent hash map here for method name against the counter, and it increments it. And in the end, it invokes the original method on the target. If it's complicated, I have some visual explanation regarding the dynamic proxy pattern. Okay, so now it's not related to ChatGPT. It's something you need to understand in case you still don't know. This covers 90% of any magic Spring do, because most of Spring magic is some AOP which transparent to us, wrap our original logic with some additional stuff like transactions, async methods, and any kind of AOP logic. So, what is dynamic proxy pattern? Let's talk about our example. We have metric collector, and let's say metric collector will have some deprecated method. Let's say that one. Okay, this is original class of metric collector object has deprecated method, but my metric collector class implements optimistic metric collector. So what this method, I'll show again. It should be here. What this new proxy instance, this one, you see the static method. The static method exists in the proxy class since 99, very old class. New proxy instance, it takes 3 parameters. Parameter number 1 is not so interesting. It's the class loader, which will be used to load the class which will be generated on the fly. It's very important to understand that new proxy instance actually do 2 things. Thing number 1, new proxy instance method will generate on the fly new bytecode, which will new bytecode of the class, which will implement the interfaces I'm saying him. You see, I'm just saying what the interfaces of original class. The target is the object I'm going to wrap. Okay, metric collector is my target in my case. Okay, and metric collector implements metric collector interface. You see in the purple, metric collector interface. So the class which will be generated by the new proxy instance method will implement the same interfaces, because I'm taking the list of the interfaces from the original object. In case I have metric collector and it implement in case I have optimistic metric collector but it implements metric collector, the new generated class will as well implement metric collector. Okay, and then I need, this is the idea of this pattern, I need to replace, so in the end, my object factory will not return the original object, but will return some proxy object, which from generated class, the name by convention is $proxy and some number. Okay, so again, look please at this code. You see, we have create proxy static method, and it will be used in case I will find annotations deprecated on the method, and in case there is such methods, I will be able to create the new implementation from the generated proxy class. The second thing it does, it create the instance of the generated proxy class, and this instance my object factory should return. I mean, if we look on the create object, in the end, some here it will be my next question to you, where this logic should be provided, but some replace original obj with proxy in case it's needed, if needed. Okay, why needed? Because it has at least one deprecated method, it's already needed. So every object which want to use metric collector will not receive from object factory the original optimistic metric collector object. It will receive a proxy object, and what this proxy object actually is doing. This is very simple. Proxy classes are very stupid. Actually, they do nothing except from calling method invoke of invocation handler you will provide. Okay, so the idea of the new proxy instance that Java library proxy knows to generate bytecode for you, which will implement particular interface or interfaces, but it cannot know what should be the logic of these implemented methods. So the generated proxy class in each implemented method will just delegate to invocation handler, which will be provided by you. And invocation handler, which will be provided by you, should implement only one method invoke. This method invoke receiving the name of the method which was called on proxy and the arguments which was provided. Okay, and then invocation handler will decide what to do. In my case, I can do something. In my case, I'm measuring. For example, I want to do benchmark. I can measure the time now. Then I can call the original method. Because of that, I have the method here. You see, as a parameter. Again, proxy object is very stupid. For example, this is proxy object from metrics collector interface, and somebody calls collect. In my case, it's the browser calls collect of metric collector, but it's proxy object. The browser doesn't know it's proxy object because she works against interface. He doesn't understand it's not original object, it's object for some proxy class. She doesn't care. She just called the invoke. She only called the collect method. And the collect method of the proxy class triggers my invocation handler and say, whoa, collect method was invoked on me. What should I do? And then my invocation handler decide that first of all, we need to increase the counter, and then we need to run the original method. So I can call the collect method on the real metric collector in some moment, and then I can update the counter or print to log or close transaction, depends what my proxy logic is doing. Invocation handler, I mean. Okay, so this is the concept of dynamic proxy pattern. And my question to you is where I should implement it. Oops.
I was muted. We're still waiting answers in the chat.
Yeah, let's check. Do you have some answers?
You ask me?
Yeah.
Okay, so
No, I'm asking, do you see answers in the chat? But if you
okay. So not at the moment. Not at the moment.
Okay, so seems questions are rather hard for our colleagues who are watching us.
It's another complicated question because it can be, again, for the interview, because Spring, even here, went with wrong way.
Okay, I have some answers. Yeah, we have answers, by the way.
Yeah, we have two answers, very popular. Drink a beer.
Yeah, so I have 144 in some new type, 141 in additional object configurator.
And we have answer from Skyroller, 1 or 2, probably 2.
Okay, so option number 2 is the option of Spring. What they did, first of all, why not to go with option number 1? Because it is impossible. Why it is impossible? If we look at the interface object configurator, we see that it doesn't return something to me. It's void. Okay, so I need to change the signature because the let's call it proxy configurator. Meanwhile, we still didn't decide what it will be, but let me call it proxy configurator. So the proxy configurator cannot return void. It should return the proxy object, and this proxy object should replace the original one. And in the end, object factory will not return the original object which was created in the beginning. It will return the proxy which contains invocation handler which bind it to original object. Okay, but void signature is not good for me. In case I will change it to some object here, I think all guys which implement things like that will not understand what they should return here. Okay, actually in Spring it's like that. So what have I done? Where is my note? Okay, so it should be void. Because of that, I'm thinking about some additional method signature, and my decision will be to use some new type, new interface. You know, we have 5 rules of solid, and one of them called interface segregation, rule number 4. And interface segregation says do not create too many methods in one interface which maybe not be used in the by the developers who will use these interfaces. And because Spring decided to add additional method to the bin post-processor interface, now they have something like this. They have they lucky that they have Java 8, because in Java 7 it just was implemented by everybody. And for example, I want to put my implementation in the first method. The first method should configure object. The second method should wrap it with proxy. And in case I don't have one of the logics, what should I write here? So it was return null, and it was null pointer exception everywhere. Now they have the default return bin. Okay, so why to do that? Because they have only them have 43 implementations of bin post process, and what about us? So it's much more. Okay, so we will go with some new type. Okay, and my new type will be proxy configurator, and I can even know what will be the name of the next prompt. It will be deprecated. You see, deprecated. This is the most longest prompt. Deprecated method logger counter. Let's see how I started the prompt. Again, I need to provide the minimum context because it's a new prompt. So I say, this is my object factory, and I'm just providing all the class. And then I'm saying only one thing, right? Deprecated method logger counter proxy configurator. Okay, you see, one shot. There is no fixes here. What I'm receiving from him, he says, okay, class deprecated method login counter proxy configurator implements proxy configurator. Wow. Okay, so he invented the interface by himself. Again, I just said the name of the class. I didn't explain that it should be interface, but he understood it because he sees the context and he's smart. And then the configure method says if contains deprecated methods, if this type contains deprecated method, and then he return new proxy instance. Otherwise, he return the original object. Till now, it's very simple. And contains deprecated method is very simple logic. It just checks if the type annotation is deprecated, or stream of get methods any match method is annotation present deprecated. Okay, very simple. Any match. And this is the invoke logic. I will change it with system out println. I don't have a logger here. You see, this is the method, each invocation handler. Remember the invocation handler from this slide? This one, the invocation handler. The only method invocation handler should implement the method invoke. So in my method invoke, because in class there can be several methods, part of them marked with deprecated and part of them are not marked with deprecated. So I need to log and increment the counter only in case method is deprecated, right? You see, if you will say just a moment, but we already asked the similar question. Not exactly. we ask similar question in order to make a decision. Do we need a proxy, or we can just leave the object as is? In case it has at least one deprecated method, we already need a proxy. But we will not create proxy for everybody just for free, because proxy is an object which costs. It has a particular cost. It takes space in the heap. It takes time to generate the class. So I don't want to generate proxy classes for everybody. I want to generate proxy class only in case even one method has a deprecated annotation. But my invocation handler don't need to be stupid. It should work differently. Okay, I want to remind that proxy object is very stupid. Every time when any method of proxy object was called, he goes to invocation handler and says, invocation handler, method A was invoked. Okay, but my invocation handler should not be the same stupid like him. He should say, okay, method A was called. Let me check. Does the method A deprecated? If yes, I want to do something in addition to invoke it. If no, I just invoke it. And this is what you see here. If method is deprecated, we want to increment the counter with some, you see, and we want to make some logging and say how many times since start it was invoked. Okay, then okay, let me take it. And maybe before I'll take it, I think we need to create this interface. Okay, no matter. Let me do something. I'm going to back to my object factory. And I wanted to write something. It's already written. I just need to show you. What was the last thing? Yes. Here, after we got the idea of proxy pattern, I can say write proxy configurator interface. And then he wrote me very good interface, which will be used by me in the next prompt. And then I finished the next prompt. And then add my object factory. You see, this is what I'm asking. I'm saying that exactly like I had the object configurators, I want the same with proxy configurators. Now I have two types of configurators, not one type with two methods like Spring have, but two different types of configurators, object configurator and proxy configurator. So I'm saying add to my object factory list of proxy configurators, fill them like you do with object configurators, and use them on created object. Pay attention, I even don't explain where to use it because I didn't decide it by myself. And it will be the next question to you. Where should we place? You already saw the answer, right? Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. I want to remove. Okay. Open your eyes. Okay. So now you can start thinking about this question, where I will put the logic of initialize post construct, where it should go now. I mean, where will we put the logic which should wrap the original object with all proxy layers or with all proxy configurators, where it should be. But meanwhile, let me take it to the code. So what he did, you see, now we have new version of object factory. It has list of object configurators, list of proxy configurators in the constructor, object configurators will be filled with all sub-instances of object configurators, and proxy configurators will be filled with all sub-instances of proxy configurators. And then in the create object, first of all, we receive an implementation, then we create in an instance, then we configure in an object, and then we wrapping it with all proxies we need. And only here he moves the initialize post construct to the end. And my question, is it correct that it will be in the end, or should it be in the beginning or in the middle, or where it should be? So my question is where initialize post construct should be.
So friends, you have a chance to answer for Evgeny right now. We are waiting. Maybe somebody want to ask additional. You have a chance. Please type your question or answer in the chat.
Okay.
In Evgeny location, it's a morning.
Yes, and
it's too early for a beer.
Late in the evening, and it's very complicated question. So Spring decide to do it here, and I decide the same. Why? So first of all, let's try to understand when can we wrap the original object with proxy layer which contains invocation handler with additional logic of benchmark of transactions of the deprecated method logging, no matter what. We cannot do it before we have the original object configured. And when it is configured after all object configurators configured him, inject by type, maybe some other injections. And after it is configured, we need to call the post construct method. We cannot first of all wrap it with proxy. Why? Because in case we will wrap with proxy the original object before init method was invoked, init method will not be invoked at all. Why? Think about that you have init method which is private. It will not be present in proxy class because proxy class has only the methods from the interface. So how you will invoke it? So we need to finish the configuration of original object, and the last thing we will do is wrapping with a proxy. Okay, now let me take the code and let's see if it will work. Copy code. Okay, this is and we will move it. We will move it this line. So I need Java class. Oh no, it's too long for me. No, it is here. It's object factory. Thank you. Object factory. Here we go, and the new version. Hop. Again, stinky throws. Proxy configurator interface I need to create. But in order to create less, maybe we can take it from this prompt. Okay. So do we see the interface of proxy configurator? No, we don't see. Okay, I'll show you what can I do. So I'm taking this one. No, let's take the name first. Okay. New Java class. Okay, good name. Now we will take all the code. Hop. And okay, now I need to pull members up, refactor, pull members up, or extract interface. Extract interface. The name of the interface will be proxy configurator, and I need only configure proxy refactor. Yes. Use interface where possible. Okay, thank you. Oh, why did it? Okay, now we do have this signature. Very good. Maybe it should be. I think, something like this, right? Extends of T, and here, let's fix it, because it can be subtype, right? It can be subtype. And here as well, T extends T. Okay, you see my 20%. This is my 20%. Okay, now let's check if it's working. It should not. Okay, what else is forgotten? Yep, let's run it again. Okay. We didn't. Optimistic collector is not an interval. Oh. Okay, let me check. Let's together try to fix the problem. Let's see in more details. So this where the proxy will be generated. It says new proxy instance class. What is that? Remember, we saw here target get interfaces. It was in another prompt, but I don't understand what was it. Let's say type get interfaces. We can take the class loader which loaded the original class, so the same way we will take the interface. I didn't understood why it was some other code. Okay, now it compiles and works, but it doesn't do anything. You see, we don't have the messages. Let me change it from loginfo to let's do this. I don't have logger configured. Method, and here method get name is is deprecated. And it is called, and then we can take this one. Times. Okay, and let's see if we'll put here breakpoint. How do I put breakpoint? Okay, let's put it here and let's put it here on both lines. And now let me run it in debug. You see, it stopped here, and we can see now the metric collector collect method is inside my invocation handler. Let me show you something. I need to stop. Let's remove deprecated annotation in order to understand it. Because of that, if my optimistic metric collector will not have the deprecated, you see, we don't stop there. But in case it does, we will stop here, because now it's wrapped by proxy and we are inside the invocation handler. Okay, no matter. And again, I know the answer, but I want to be honest with myself. I can pay attention that something is strange here. You see public, abstract, double, method collect. Why the method collect is double? But let me be honest, and I want to let chance to ChatGPT to solve it. So I did the minimum. I understood that the code I received from ChatGPT is working and the proxy is created, but I don't understand why this if is always false, right? Because we every time receive the first breakpoint, but never the second one. You see, if I run it again, I'm just run to cursor. You see, it never stops on the second one. So I went to ChatGPT and I said him, no, we need to be, public object invoke, blah blah blah. It doesn't work as method blah 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 is always false even when it exists. You see, so I'm just took this place where I was in debug and explained what I see. I'm not trying to solve it. I even not trying to understand what's going on. I'm trying to ask him, and then he say, you experience this blah blah blah, always return false. It's likely due to the way Java handles method reference in proxies. When using Java dynamic proxy mechanism, the method object passes to the invoke. Methods are not directly from the proxy class, but from the interface the proxy class implements. This means that the annotation on the actual implementation methods may not be visible to the proxy. Do you remember that we put the annotation deprecated on the implementation of metric collector, not in the interface? We didn't provide the deprecated annotation here because maybe there is different implementation of metric collector and not all collect methods of them should be deprecated. So it should be decided by the class. And in class, I'm saying this is deprecated, but the invocation handler, now I need to open again the slide here. The invocation handler is invoked by proxy object, and proxy object call the invoke method of invocation handler and provides the method. But this method is the method which was called on the proxy object, and the signature is taken from the interface. Proxy object knows nothing about the original object. He knows about the invocation handler, and invocation handler can decide to use original object or to replace totally the original logic. This is our decision. But proxy object doesn't know anything about the original class, original object, and the signatures. And that's what's trying to explain ChatGPT here. And to address this, we need to find the corresponding method on the target object class and check its annotation. Here's updated version of invoke. Okay, let me try to take this and let me see if it will help. So I'm going to my method invoke. This is original one, and and now let's run it even without debug. You know what? Let's take a chance. Maybe it will work. And it's working. You see, method collect was called 1 times. Method collect was called 2 times. Let's do something. Let's go to the main Java own application. Let's invoke it once again. And now we can see method collect was called 3 times. Method collect was called 4 times. You see, so it's perfectly working. Now we can look to understand how actually it was implemented. So now he tried to find method in target class. You see, he takes from the original object the class. Let's see how it's implemented, and just. So it's super easy just to take from original class the method. Why it's without try and catch again? I can. Sneaky froze. Okay, did I broke something? Oh, it's working good. Now, the last thing I'm gonna do today, I'll try to see what will happen if I will use deprecated on some method which doesn't have an interface at all. For example, you know what? Yes, I thought about committing the because now I will change it. Let's put here deprecated and let's see what will happen. You have a chance to answer. What will happen now? What difference when we use deprecated in the previous example? The class I marked with deprecated has an interface. Okay, but now what will happen in case the optimistic metric collector or some other class like Devrelza doesn't have an interface at all? Because if we look at the logic where we try to generate the proxy class, we see that this logic is based on that the class has an interfaces where the create proxy, create configure proxy. Where it is create? Here, new proxy instance, and you see here he provides the original object to the invocation handler to make this connection between invocation handler and original object. We do have connection, so here is our target. But here we have a problem when we try to take the interfaces of Devrelza and Devrelza doesn't have interfaces at all. What will happen? So this is my question. What will happen when I run this code? How the proxy class will be generated? Let's see. It doesn't work. And exception is very simple. He says that the generated class, it generates the class, right? So it generates some class which kind of Devrelza, but called $proxy8. But because it doesn't have any common interface with Devrelza, he cannot be cast. So the exception happens here when we try to make this kind of casting, right? The create object receives some proxy $8, and it cannot be cast to the type of Devrelza because they don't have any common interface. And now let's try to solve it. So I'm saying you did a great job on the deprecated method logger counter proxy configurator. I improved it a little bit, so there is a final version we will use since now. Just remember, don't answer. Okay, and here was what we saw before. You see, I cleaned the exceptions as always. Super small fixes, even less than 20%. And then understood, nothing to do. And then I'm saying, what if class which has deprecated methods doesn't implement any interface? Which libraries can help me? And then he says, in case blah blah blah, and cglib, bytebody, aspect-j, Java assist, and he explains about each one of them. So what should I use? And then I'm saying which one is more modern, but well checked and used, not in legacy projects. That's what's important to me. And then he says bytebody #1. And then I'm saying, okay, can you rewrite this deprecated method blah, 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 to use bytebody for both scenarios with and without interface? And then he said, add this dependency, and this should let me commit this version. This version demonstrates. Let me commit the working copy. Yep. So this version demonstrates the dynamic proxy, and the next version will demonstrate byte body. So let me call it dynamic proxy. Dynamic commit and push. Commit and push. Okay. So let me take the new version. You see, it's totally different API, much more modern. You see design pattern builder. We will see it through IntelliJ. It will be more convenient. So I'm going to my deprecated method logger counter, and I want to put, you see, this is the first shot almost. Again, sneaky froze. What else? Extends T. Yep. You see, even when I synchronized and lock, I didn't do the. Let me take it back to commit it. Okay, commit and push. Okay. It was committed. Control-Shift-Z. Okay, and now let's check if it's working, and if it's working, then I'll explain. Command Control Run. Wow, it's working. Method collect was called first time. We didn't mark the Vrelza method with deprecated annotation. I commented out. Okay, let's make it deprecated again. Still working. Method execute the Vrelza strategy was called the first time. Method execute the Vrelza strategy was called second time. Remember, we call it twice here. So now it's working both for classes which has interfaces and which doesn't have any interfaces. Spring, by the way, work differently. Spring tries to generate, it depends on how you configure your Spring Boot application. Before Spring Boot 2, by default, Spring was configured to use strategy of dynamic proxy, and in case it is impossible because lack of interfaces, then it was not used by body, it was using CGlib. You saw it was one of the options. ChatGPT mentioned CGlib here as well. CGlib here, CGlib byte body, but CGlib is more for legacy. Random particulars and created for classes. CGlib can use. I don't remember where, but maybe here in the first. Somewhere he told me, but I know it by myself, but he told as well that it's more old library, and I opened an additional window. I will not find it now. I did it several months ago before I invented the concept of single responsibility with prompts, and it will take a lot of time to find it. But I used ChatGPT in order to analyze this benchmarks of byte body in order to decide that this library is really good and faster than CGlib, for example, and it is. Maybe we can meanwhile say, can you find some metrics of byte body? Can you summarize them? Let's start from the short prompt. Okay, now he went to browse the web. Meanwhile, I want to explain how this thing is working, the byte body. Okay, so it's very convenient and very simple API. So look, we still have the configure proxy method. which still receive the object and the original type. You know why it is important, and he thought, not I, why it is important that the signature of the proxy configurator contains the type as well, not only the object, because in the object configurator interface, it was only the T. And every time we wanted to know the type in order to scan for the annotation, we always could do like object get class. But this will not work in the proxy configurator, because when proxy configurator, the chain of proxy configurators are working, we don't know, maybe the proxy was created by the previous in chain. And then when we will say get class, we will receive proxy $8, and we will not find any annotations we are looking for. So it's good that we have here the original type. And if we look at the object factory, you will see that this type is transferred from the original class. Wrap with proxy and impl class. You see, this is an impl class we took from config. This is the original one. This is a real class which implement the interface. Okay, and it is provided here as a type to any proxy configurator. And now if you look at the implementation we have here, so we have the object which should be replaced in case it has deprecated methods, and we have the original type in case we will be able to scan for annotation, and we ask if it contains deprecated method. Then we create the byte body, and in order to configure byte body proxy, we need to explain which class should be subclassed, and when it's subclassed, it will implement the same interfaces, as you can understand. And then I can say how it should be intercepted. And here I'm providing my new deprecation method invocation handler, okay, which will be the wrapper above where it was here. Okay, this binding, right? This one, I want the original metric collector to be binded to my invocation handler. So this here is the same concept of invocation handler, but the construction a little bit different. And then I can explain, and then I'm creating the proxy, and then I'm saying how to load the generated classes and to make it loaded. And then I say how to create it with constructor, and I create it by myself. Okay, and it works. And regarding this matrix, it's still network error. Okay, next time. Okay, so let me summarize what we have done. So first of all, we can continue. I'm not limited in time. I have another hour if you want. We can make a break now if you want. And we can continue to make semi-live coding, but now it will be together with you. The remaining, the missing components to our framework is the support of singleton. Okay, so meanwhile we have beautiful. Let me maybe make it even more beautiful. We need in our create object not to have a mess. Where the create here. So this part is let's call it resolve impl, right? So this is how our object factory works. First thing is to understand what is the real implementation of the type we need to create. Then we will create. Then we will configure. Then we will invoke init methods to finish the configuration. And then we'll wrap it with a proxy. Okay, and now we want to cache all singletons in our framework. So before we will start talking, I want to ask you if you want to take it as a homework or you want to continue together with me. But now I will not write any prompt. You will send me what should be written in my prompt, or you will say me, and I will do it together with you. And the final our purpose is to receive a benefit of caching singletons for our framework. Okay.
So guys, if you want to proceed in interactive mode, please type pluses into the chat.
Because I have two options, Roma. Option number one, I just can explain why and how, and it will be the homework, and we will finish now. Option number two, we can make a little break now for 5-10 minutes if guys need, and then I will explain about this task, and we will do the live coding.
So yeah, just type like live. You want to do it live after small break, or like
Yeah.
home?
Yes.
You want
Yes.
to take it as
It's
homework?
make you choose one or two. Which option?
Yeah, one
think-
is live. Second is to do it at home by yourself. So
Yeah.
yeah, just waiting for your answers. Yeah, it will take some time. We have some,
Let's
we still
wait
have some-
one.
yeah, we
minute,
still have some
maybe.
lag. We still have some lag between our broadcast and guys.
Okay. Meanwhile, let me finish several remaining slides, and then we will collect the answers, and we will decide.
Okay.
I'll say you goodbye, or we making a break. So before we start talking about the singleton, let's understand why it is it good or not. So we love stateless architecture, right? What's different between stateless and stateful? I hope you know. Stateless doesn't mean it doesn't have state. Stateless means that state will not be changed since the object was created and configured. So we can trust his behavior because it will be determined and consistent. That means of stateless. So in case this is how we work in, we can make a lot of reuse of singletons, which are stateless. And we need to understand if it's pattern or anti-pattern, because maybe you heard about that it's anti-pattern singleton, maybe you heard that it's good idea. And why context, do we need to do it in the object factor, or should we create some additional layer? Okay, so this, I heard this conversation a lot of times. So somebody says singleton is anti-pattern, somebody says singleton is a pattern, and somebody don't understand what they're talking about because singleton is a whiskey. So let me summarize. We have advantage of singleton as a concept and disadvantages of homemade singleton pattern. So advantage, memory saving, right? Because instead of creating optimistic metric collector 5 times because 5 different objects use it, in case it's stateless, why to create it 5 times? So we save the memory, we save the performance, both for creating object and both for the garbage collecting the object. We have consistency because we always use the same object. We have sometimes we have design solution limitation. We cannot avoid singletonius. We cannot avoid singletons. Like for example, think about some object like cache or load balancer. It's prohibited by design to have more than one like this. And actually, you can ask ChatGPT, and you will receive an endless list of advantages of singleton. So singleton is good idea. What is bad idea is to write static get instance method and implement this pattern every time. Why? First of all, by using static method, we have coupling and limitation of polymorphism. If we have a lot of homemade singletons, they are coupled to our classes. It's not flexible because of that, right? We need to change the code. If I have another implementation of some service which should be used, so I need to call get instance of another class instead of existing one. So I need to change the code. I cannot really create unit tests because I can create mocks. I have static methods. I can try using something like power mock, but it kills the performance. So I'm in serious problem. Next is violation of single responsibility principle. If my service contains logic of making it be a singleton, it already have at least 2 responsibilities. The business responsibility, because if I have some service, it created because it has some business responsibility. And in addition, it has a responsibility to make itself singleton. So already 2. And again, it can be endless list. But the killing feature, why we don't want to use homemade singletons with get instance method, we created Spring-like framework in order to take the benefits from it. and in case the singletons will create them with themselves, like how you implement get instance method, you create it by yourself, or you need again go to object factory. And what about leaking of infrastructure? Okay, so we don't want somebody, singletons, other users will create the objects. We want object factory will create them. Okay, so in order to have both benefits, singletons, and not implement them, we need this feature in our framework. Okay, so give me a singleton from the box. Now I believe I have an answer. If it is your homework, you want to try it by yourself and then to chat with me later, or you prefer to write me now
Well,
the solutions.
I'm not sure which option you prefer, but people want life.
I understand. I understand.
Okay,
Okay, so let me just summarize the
Okay.
methodology of coding of today. So again, before starting, explain your style. Remember, we can do it in one time. Chat history can be very valuable, and you saw how I used it today, and part of the history I used today I saw last time months ago, and still it was very useful. Don't spend your time on writing long prompts. Maybe finally your prompt will be long with some copy paste from the previous context of other prompts, but start from the shortest prompt as you can and then extend them. Work by single responsibility. I tried to make a mess with the classes in one chat. It may be good for another kind of tasks. If you try to invent your architecture and you use ChatGPT in order to think together with him, it's another story, totally another story. I'm talking about the development of my task, and when I'm developing, I understand what are the pieces, and then by single responsibility, I separate these pieces to different prompts, and sometimes I just take the common context from this prompt to prompt in order to make easier for me to make integration. Okay, so I see myself like I'm the architecture of the code. Did you count how many lines I developed today during this talk? I don't believe it was even 20%. It was much less. Most of the work was done by ChatGPT. A little bit was done by IntelliJ, smart tricks and generations, and a little bit by me, small fixes, sneaky throws, generics, and so on. Okay, so if you work by single responsibility, you have a good chance that it will look like this. Don't try to get 100%. Again, don't spend your time. And don't forget, when you fix something from the result you receive from ChatGPT, update ChatGPT. Sync your code with him, because if you will continue working on that after 1 month, you want the latest version there, not only in IntelliJ. Okay, and guys, again, I want to remind that it was only my personal experience. I engage you to try this approach and to tell me what you think about it. Maybe we can improve it together. Try to do this homework. You will receive the link to my GitHub, and you will be able to download it and continue working on that. And again, guys, I'm working for the World Department, and if you love any activities which is good for developers, come to me and we will talk. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, so we will proceed as we decided. Let's have a short break, right? Will 5 minutes be enough?
For me, yes. It's
I think
not I who need the break. You need the break, because you need to think, what will you write now? Will you create the new prompt? Will you add something to object factory prompt? Think about the concept. We need some additional abstraction layer. The duty of object factory not to cache objects. The duty of object factory is to create them. So if we need additional layer, which will be the cache of objects, it should be something like application context. Okay, so now you need to think, what will you do in order to develop application context? Will you start from empty prompt? So give your time, give 5-10 minutes, and I'll
Okay,
ask
so
you.
yeah,
You will
guys.
tell me what to do. So prepare some text for me. I don't want to write anymore. I will just copy paste your ideas to my chat, and you will tell me to which chat I need to roll.
Okay, so it's 44 minutes right now. I suggest to have a break for like 5 minutes, and 50 minutes we will meet here back again and proceed with your prompts. So see you in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. So, colleagues, prepare your
So it's 50 minutes on my clock. Hope you are still with us. Yeah, so as we mentioned in the beginning, previous time, Evgeny's talk took 6 hours, and I see Igor is also back. Hi, Igor.
Yeah, I'm here, waiting with interest. Yeah.
I've interrupted you. Like I've interrupted you with a branding video. So please tell us what you wanted to talk
Don't
with comment
worry, because Evgeny and you already told a lot of things, and that's why I should proceed with the same topic. It's okay.
Just repeat.
Let's give for our friends valuable content, not only just blah 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 about some different things, but something very useful.
So Evgeny is also back with us.
Yes,
Hello.
I'm here.
Okay. So how would we proceed?
You will send me to the chat what should I do, and I'll do.
Yeah, let's ask our friends who are with us. Please write something in the chat, or
It's
if
like,
you
it's
can
like
proceed,
it,
go
it's
ahead.
like spiritual seance, like if you're with us, give us a sign.
Yeah. Java
So
spirit.
let's formulate some task. So what do we want to hear? Which prompts we want to hear from guys?
We need to start supporting singleton annotation. For example, we can invent our own singleton annotation, mark with that annotation all classes which should be singletons, and somehow explain to ChatGPT that this feature should be supported by additional layer because we want single responsibility. Maybe we can ask him, maybe we can ask in object factory context where this code should be. You decide.
Okay, guys. So we are waiting for your prompts. Basically
Yeah.
anything. Just send us to any chat. For those who are thinking about some prompts, to what to start from, just reminder, we still have offline activities in online activities, and also we have some quizzes which you may take part in, and also we have Instagram and Twitter where you can subscribe and follow. So that's to do. So maybe I can start with that. So we decided that we have some singleton and do we want to have some singleton annotation or just singleton pattern and to use it anyhow?
As you want. I think that the most simple for us will be just mark with singleton annotation all needed classes, and that's all.
Okay, let's maybe just ask ChatGPT, like, I want to add to my application singleton. Yeah, I will share a screen. I want to add to my application. Do you want me to write this prompt or I can dictate?
You can dictate.
Okay,
Should I write it in the object factory, or should I write it
yeah,
on top?
I think let's use object factory for that.
Okay.
So I want to add support for singleton pattern in my application. Yeah, guys, this was just first step, so I expect you will help us. So you voted for live for doing this in live, so yeah, let's do this together.
You see,
Yeah.
you want to extend the capability of object factor. I don't love this because it broke the single responsibility. It will be too much. But let's see. Maybe it will not be too complicated. Maybe it will be good. Maybe we finish and we can go home.
From home, because we are already here.
Yeah. Okay. Config object factory. Config. Collect. Get implementations. Okay, no changes here.
Okay, we have suggestion.
Here I can see if
Okay.
singleton instances contains type, return blah blah blah. If it's interface, then he continue. But when he put it to the map, if is singleton and how it checks if it's singleton or not. Do you see the here? Input class is annotated by singleton class. Okay. Let's take it.
Yep, let's take it and put. By the way, we have nice suggestion for prompt. Not sure if we will use it. Now imagine that you are me and I am you. What question would you ask me in order to blah blah blah?
Yeah, good idea. Okay, copy. Paste. Okay. Let's see where it comes from. Input class. Again, Jakarta. EGB sounds like super ancient. So let's use this one. I already know what. Okay. Let's run just to check that. Okay. Now let's see. Let's mark somebody to be a singleton. Let's take, for example, optimistic. Let's take the Vrelza. Let's mark it with singleton. And let's try to take it more than one time. So I need to say like the Vrelza. No, I will repeat this. Oops. You see, I created it several times. And if you remember when it has init method, so if this one will be printed only once, that we are good. Does it work at all?
I don't see.
Let's put something. We can't miss. Maybe system exit. I need to do system. No, system exit happens only once.
So it's happened no one time.
Okay, let's. Maybe he broke something interesting, or maybe.
Shall we check IntelliJ history to check what was the change actually for Object Factory?
Yes. He added the map, singleton instances, and then if singleton instances contains key. Okay, no, it seems like it's correct. Where do we call the initialize post construct? It's in the wrong place. It should be like this. Remember? This is exactly the problem that I told you, that in case we try to invoke post construct methods for classes which replaced with proxy, in case we will do it after they replace with proxy, we will not find the post construct annotation because it doesn't exist in the proxy class. So that's why we didn't saw it. Now we can see that it's only once. And in case I will remove the singleton annotation from the Vrelza, it should be 4 times printed out. You see? Okay, so
shall I call myself GPT master?
Yeah.
Yes. and it was very short prompt. I think we need we can invent a lot of new activities with ChatGPT. One of them will be use as less letters as you can in your prompt. Remember 20 years ago it was competitions like you need to implement a game Snake, but it should be less than 1 kilobyte.
I remember. I don't know why. I remember that somewhere 10 years ago there was kind of God classes for Spring and for Java EE class which has as many annotations as possible. I don't know why I remember about that. So do we want to do something else with ChatGPT?
Maybe we can improve one more thing. I don't love the hard-coded names. I want where in config. I think we have it. Config. Okay, so config has the hard-coded com EPAM, and this one is hard-coded as well. Maybe this one is hard-coded is not such a big problem. It can be like application properties in Spring Boot, some convention, config.json. But this one should be configured from outside. Okay, who will tell me where and what should I do?
Guys, waiting for your prompts. I did my best in previous time.
You showed that you
And
can.
now you're tired. Now you're tired. You cannot.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like I have cooldown. I cannot propose new prompts. So yeah, our task. We want to now we have hard coded package com.epam in our code. We want to move it outside in some configuration, whatever. We don't know where. So we need to define some prompt to ChatGPT to help us with that. So please write this prompt in the chats. In any of both chats, so like we monitor both.
Let's
By
wait
the
a
way,
bit.
while we're waiting, Evgeny, we have a question. We had a question somewhere in the beginning of your talk, so let me ask it. Question was the following: why would you even save the chat used to develop some class? Do you intend to use it as stand-in for class documentation? Why not just move key points to Java docs or commit messages? So question.
Can I see the text or yeah?
Yeah, I can show it on the screen if you can see the screen. Here you go. Can you see it?
Yeah. Why would you even save the chat? Use. Not only. I have two advantages, two benefits of working with separate prompts and separate chat histories. The first advantage, just let me summarize again. First of all, I can remember, and it's much easier for me than reading documentation to see the evolution of the class. Maybe sometimes I won't go step back, so I need to see why we have code like we have now, and analyzing the documentation and commit messages. It's not always. It's much more complicated and not always provide good information. It's much more simple to see. That's how I started. That's what I asked. That's what I received. That's what I fixed. This is the first thing. The second thing, think about that. If you want to continue working on something, you already have existing prompt with context. You just open the last line of your existing chat from months ago and you continue working on this chat. You don't need to do something. Okay.
Okay, so thanks for the answer. I sent you to the Teams 2 prompts provided by our audience.
Okay, I close
so
the
you may pick up any of this, and also I will send the third one also to your. So, you may use any of these three. Thanks to Andrei, Aleksandr, and Pavel.
Good idea to put it inside config.json, but the format of config.json file is not good for that. It map interface with implementation. So how can I do it? Provide several ways to extract several ways I don't love. Well, now I need to introduce external configuration from config class into file. I don't love none of that.
So, yeah,
I will take the first one, but I'll say
okay, and we have one more suggestion in the chat. This one, maybe in a new prompt.
configurable parameter. What do you say? Configurable parameter. I want to externalize the configuration for the package name to configurable parameter. Oi.
It's not
You
not
send it to
ChatGPT.
our private chat.
You need to answer me now. You need to
Yeah, Roma, please provide remote code.
and do it fast.
I try my best to do it fast.
I think he did vice versa. Now I have method get package name. System get property. Config set name. Do you love this approach?
It's for me, get property system. Why not?
For me, get property also sounds okay-ish, because I think I saw some something like this in some libraries which exist in Spring.
Okay. Let's do that. So this one, right? He gave me, you see, you don't need to say to him, give me several options how to do that. He do it.
You already know that you need a
Yeah.
couple of options.
So I need to go to Object Factory and I need to say here like this, and now, and then I need to change this package name. It's less than 20%. I think we can create property. Right? And then where is ComIPAM? It will not be ComIPAM. It will be, how did we call it? Base package name. Right? Let's go back. So now the only thing we need to do is just to configure this property. Why it's ComIPAM here? It's default. It's like this, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, but let's use default because I don't want to configure this property. Nope. Let's put here breakpoint. Okay, base package name, ComIPAM. Okay.
we have a comment that now we need to move it from constructor.
But it doesn't exist in the constructor.
Do we pass it there? I mean, in the constructor.
Yes, I think.
And yeah, so comment from Dmitry, setter is used after constructor, and comment from Pavel, config.
Why
uses
not to
package
put
name
it in
or
the
no?
constructor, huh? What the package name?
No,
Only
question
from-
is like,
Yes, because config start doing something here before, you see, in the constructor. So we need to put the base package name, string base package name, and maybe I don't need it later on. Maybe it's used only here, so I cannot keep it even. And now I need to provide the base package name here, and this one will be deleted. And we can run. Yep, everything is working. Cool.
So, Dmitry,
So-
thank you.
yeah, thank you guys. So it looks like you've created pretty good architecture, which with which even ChatGPT can easily extend,
Yep.
just like with simple prompts.
Okay, so guys, I'll commit. This is the final version. End of Java on conf.
It's not yet.
Day 2.
Yes.
Until the JaCoV, day 2. Because tomorrow we will proceed with other interesting talks.
Okay.
Yes. So link to GitHub we will attach on the platform right behind the Evgeny's talk. Everything will be there. And also I assume the presentation. So thank you everyone who stayed with us even after official ending, so for half an hour more. Thank you very much for day number 2. Really appreciate you all, and thank you very much for being with us. Tomorrow we have day number 3, as I already announced. We have 4 great talks. Join us tomorrow. Link in the description on YouTube. Evgeny, thank you very much for such great talk. I started speaking in a very wrong language. I don't know even what I'm saying.
We understood you well. Don't
Yes.
worry.
Yeah, it's like
Tú
just
necesitas hablar español.
sí, claro, puedo. Vale, vale, okay. So guys, thank you very much. Thank you very much for being with us again. Thank you very much for your talk. It's amazing as always, and hope to see you on future conferences, future hour conferences. Igor, thank you very much for being today with me as a co-host. I appreciate your the split time from hard work you have, I know, and being a part of Java conference. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Roma. Thank you, guys. So we'll not spend a lot of time telling my emotions about this, but I hope you see that it was very interesting, and I believe all who was joined us in the same state, excited and involved, fully involved. And Evgeny, thank you very much. It's
Thank you, guys.
amazing.
Nice to
As
hear.
usual.
Nice to hear. Okay, I hope it
Okay.
was
Yeah,
not
it
only
was great.
pleasant, but it will help you.
Yeah.
Sure.
So thank you very much. It was the end of day 2. See you tomorrow on day 3. And Java is still on. Bye.
Bye. Bye, Roman. I sent the link in the presentation.
Thanks. Bye, guys.